Good morning, Holly.
Good morning. How are you doing, Alex?
Doing great. Just we have the last of our two presenters. They're as viewers, so I'm trying to promote Gary and Geneva up by giving them a little envelope, uh,
Perfect.
kind of old school invitation.
How's my audio? Is it okay?
Audio's doing well. Yeah,
Perfect. All right. I'll just mute until we get everybody else in.
sounds good. Okay, Gordon, I'm seeing that the video is on the YouTube. I have begun the broadcast, but I see that the video is stuck on the NMC logo. So when speakers are speaking, it's not going to their whoever's speaking.
All right, let me see what I can do with that.
Ah, there's Gary. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Alex. Hello from Washington.
Hello, hello. So, do you see all four quadrants of the symposium room? Should you see a video, a banner, a map, and a lecture hall?
It's loading right now.
Perfect.
Now we've got it.
Okay, I've got you on there. Just need to get Geneva up in here. I see she's been in viewer, so maybe she stepped away. Um, we'll give her a moment, but everyone is in. If you want to get set, you can mute your microphone, and we'll get started after Holly's introduction.
Okay.
Thanks, Gary.
You're welcome.
Alex, sorry to interrupt. Are you in Skype right now?
No, Nancy was launching that.
Oh, okay. Well, are you logged in though? Because I'm
Oh,
trying to start that. Just
there you go. Sorry. Yeah,
no
I'm in
worries.
there now.
Okay.
Gary and Joan, one thing I didn't mention was that the unified chat is for all of the participants in the symposium room. If we want to have a back channel chat, we will use the blue chat button on the top left of your screen. That's the blue chat button with 3 lines in it. You might want to open that up. Geneva, let me know if you're out in the audience by typing something into the unified chat.
Hi, Alex. Is it switching over okay?
Yeah, it's working now. Thank you.
Okay. So you'll have to just keep that going. It looks like you have control of that.
Okay, I'm going to lock it on the logo until we get started, and then it'll be whoever's pretty much the loudest.
Perfect. Okay.
Great. Hello, Geneva. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry,
No, no worries. Your video and audio is looking good. If do you see the four quadrants that has the logo, banner, lecture room, and map?
uh, it's my system's like doing weird things. Okay, so which four quadrants? Well,
What do you see when you look directly at the screen? Do you see one image or do you see four?
I see one.
Okay. To the left of your screen, you will see a series of icons. One of them is a circle with 3 people in it. Click on that and it'll open the Business Hangout.
I am not seeing a circle with 3. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. It says it's downloading the app.
Yep, should just take a moment, and after you do that, then we'll turn it over to Holly and get started. Okay, perfect. Yep.
Right.
And if you can adjust your camera, looks like your nameplate is hiding your face a little bit.
It's my laptop, so I'm not sure.
Perfect, perfect. Just a little bit, yeah.
Oh. There, I can adjust my laptop there.
So
Okay.
we are ready to begin, I believe, correct?
Yes, let me go ahead and
Okay.
turn it over to you. Okay, Holly.
All right. Well, good morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone. The New Media Consortium and Learning Revolution are pleased to welcome you to a half-day thought panel discussion that will explore the most disruptive ideas and trends for academic and research libraries around the globe. I'm Holly Ledgate, the Senior Director for Program Development at the NMC, and I'm honored to welcome you to our first NMC Virtual Symposium for the Future of Libraries. The NMC is an international community of experts in educational technology, from the practitioners who work with the new technology on the campuses and museums and in libraries every day, to the visionaries who are shaping the future of learning at think tanks and labs and research centers, to its staff and board of directors, and to the experts and panels and others that help the NMC conduct cutting-edge research. You can learn more and formally join the NMC's vast community at nmc.org. This event is actually brought to you by the NMC Academy. The NMC Academy, if you've not checked it out, is a fresh approach to accelerate professional learning for educators, among others, providing personalized and powerful mini courses that transform different teaching practices and learning experiences. The NMC Academy is free online mini course hosted by a variety of educational institutions and specifically designed for educators and others serving students grades 6 through 16. You can learn more and enroll in these free courses at academy.nmc.org. Now, during the next few hours, we're going to be investigating 4 major themes that were found in the NMC's Horizon Report 2014 for the Library Edition. A few of these interactive panels: emphasis on mobile, content management and technical infrastructure, increasing access and discovery opportunities, and finally, rethinking the roles and relationships of library professionals. I am so pleased that you are participating in our symposium, and I hope that it is a fabulous learning experience for you today. I also want to thank you for being here. And I know it takes a lot of work to dedicate yourself for a half-day professional development. This program will be live and recorded for future access. We encourage all of our tweeters to use our hashtag today at NMCHZ, and we will be connecting this program with global conversations on the NMC Horizon project, specifically the library report today. We will be holding 45-minute panels discussing these topics with experts from around the globe. You will also notice a moderator for each panel, which is our very own NMC staff, and they will help distill the Horizon Report into that living, breathing document that is brought to you. So a few housekeeping items to get the day started. You should all have a packet that was sent via link to you earlier before this session. And the schedule is included, the agenda for today, on pages 4 and 5. In the next few weeks, you will also be receiving a certificate for this event, as well as a badge for your Academy profile. You can feel free to utilize the unified chat talk to the right, and I see so many of you already have. We've had some great conversation going. Also, you can raise your hand during these sessions with questions. So sit back and relax. If you want to go full screen and just enjoy the presentation, you can click the 4 arrows in the right corner of the video that you're seeing, and F11 for full screen video. Along with myself, Alex Freeman, Samantha Adams, Victoria Estrada, and the NMC will be moderating the panels for this event today. And also, during our breaks that we have, we're going to be posing a question that typically is posed to the Horizon Panel Advisory Board that we want you to continue the discussion during the breaks, if you have time, via Twitter using our hashtag NMCHZ. So without further ado, let's go ahead and head into the show. And first, we're starting with the emphasis on mobile panel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Freeman. I'm the Director of Special Projects at the NMC and the co-author of the Horizon Report Library Edition. So I'm very pleased to welcome you to our meeting today, our 45 minutes. We'll have a little bit more time today because we got an early start. 45 minutes of discussion with some of the brightest minds in the library world. Today we're focusing on mobiles. And to give you some background, the library experience is no longer confined to the 4 walls of the physical structure. Devices such as smartphones, tablets, and e-readers are capturing a larger share of the information market. In this session, a panel of experts will explore the current mobile landscape across libraries and the increasing need for more effective mobile strategies. So I want to turn it over to our experts. One by one, I'm going to introduce them. They're going to give us a little bit of background on their bio, and then talk specifically about how their involvement with mobiles in their library or library research. So first is Geneva Henry, University Librarian and Vice Provost for Libraries from George Washington University. Geneva? Oh, it looks like you're muted there. Let me unmute you.
There. How's that?
Great.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. So I'm at George Washington University, and I've been here a little over a year. My experience with mobiles, I'd been at Rice University before coming to GW. My perspective has shifted a bit. When I was at Rice, I was running the digital library programs there and digital scholarship. And there was a big focus on content, so making sure that the content could be readily delivered with mobiles, that we were packaging information so it could download efficiently over wireless networks, presenting it in the right way. And now with my move over to GW as Vice Provost for Libraries here, certainly that perspective is still there, but it's broadened quite a bit. So the need to really think about the mobile infrastructure that we're providing. Are we providing as libraries the right kind of power in our buildings? Do we have enough wireless access points? How are we using this in instruction? How are we really thinking about how students are using their mobiles in their day-to-day lives, and then translating that into how they're doing their research and how they're writing, and all of the things we do in libraries to support them. So it really is a realization for me, and I think a reality that mobiles in libraries are quite essential, from the infrastructure to how they use it in support of everything that they're doing.
Well, thank you, Geneva. Welcome to the panel. Next, we have Brian Kelly. He's an innovation advocate at CETIS, the University of Bolton in the UK.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. I'm Brian Kelly. For over 18 years, I've worked as a technology advisor for UK universities, initially at UConn at the University of Bath, and for the past year as the innovation advocate at CETUS, University of Bolton. Over recent years, I've been interested in, particularly in use of mobile devices at conferences, particularly for researchers to support their engagement with fellow researchers, maximize the impact of their ideas, and to develop new professional relationships. I actually created the Amplified Conference Wikipedia article after my former director, Lorcan Dempsey, coined the term. Lorcan, I think, will be well known by many people. He's now at OCLC. And so it's that always connected aspect of mobile devices which is a particular interest to me, and I think is also particularly relevant for researchers when they're attending conferences.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Now moving on to Joan Lippincott. Joan Lippincott is the Associate Executive Director of the Coalition for Networked Information, CNI. Take it away, Joan.
I'm still muted.
We can hear you.
Oh, good. Thanks. I'm the Associate Executive Director at the Coalition for Networked Information, which is a joint program of the Association of Research Libraries and EDUCAUSE. And so we want to bring together the interests of libraries and information technology in the digital environment. We're really interested in both the types of content that libraries will want to offer or are offering formatted for mobile devices, and the types of services for the user community, particularly in universities. We're interested in thinking beyond the standard modes of libraries represented on mobile devices, things like catalogs and hours, and especially want to look at the way contents and devices are related to teaching, learning, and research. Last summer, I did one of the keynotes at the International M-Libraries Conference, and my talk was titled Looking to the Future in Teaching and Learning, Making a Commitment or Sitting on the Sidelines. And I was expressing my concern that libraries need to be more outwardly focused in understanding developments in departments and schools or colleges' curriculum. For example, iPad initiatives or use of mobile devices in clinical work, in the health sciences. What are the information needs? Who's looking at class texts and other information material, including things like media that may already be licensed by the library? And I really believe that libraries need to seek partnerships with departments, teaching and learning centers, and other professionals working in this arena, along with faculty. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Joan.
Alex.
Thank you. And last but not least is Gary Price. Gary Price is an American librarian and currently the co-editor of InfoDocket, now part of Library Journal of Media Source, and FullTextReports.com. Gary, tell us a little bit about yourself and your involvement with mobiles.
Good morning, everyone. I have been interested in working in the mobile and followable arena, both in libraries and in the bigger world, since about 1999-2000. Can you hear me okay, Alex?
Can hear you great, Gary.
Okay. So this is an issue that I've been following for about 14 years or so. Two things that I'm interested in these days that I think we can hopefully talk on as we move through the day. Three things, actually. One is the merging of the mobile world with the non-mobile world. As Brian said, we live in a world where we're always on, and it doesn't really make a difference what type of device we're on, whether it be a traditional laptop, MacBook Pro, that type of thing, or a device. Obviously, the bandwidth and the size of the screen come into play, but we're always connected. And now with user-responsive design, we're seeing less and less emphasis towards, well, this is the mobile site, this is the non-mobile site. Second, are we making the most use of the devices themselves? One area that I've been following for quite a while is what often referred to as camera-based searching, content-based image retrieval. We're seeing more and more resources coming online where you snap a picture of something and it does the search. Are we prepared to make the most use of this type of technology and related technologies in a library environment? And third, and perhaps foremost, is the need for privacy in this in today's world. Are libraries doing enough about privacy of their users, both inside the library, outside the library? Do we provide the education people need that they should have towards with open Wi-Fi and the like? I believe we're not doing enough, and I think we need to move on to do more. But this is especially an issue in the world of mobile devices.
Okay. Well, thank you all for giving us a little background on what you do and what your involvement is with mobiles. I'd like to bring it back to the purpose of the Horizon Report, was really looking at teaching and learning and the importance for mobiles in that area. You know, when we look at the Horizon Report, we look at trends and challenges and technology topics, and all of them are focused on teaching and learning. So I'd like to kind of pivot to that and talk to you all about why is this important for teaching, learning, and research. I'll go ahead and start with Geneva.
Okay, so mobile has changed the game in so many ways. It changes the way people think about research. It changes the way people think about what they're doing in class. It offers a lot of opportunity to really leverage these devices to do some innovative work. There's no longer a separation of this activity of research or learning how to write from what people do every day. What it does enable is to let people use those devices in ways that make inquiry an ongoing part of what they do. So when they're out, you know, enjoying a concert, when they're out at a museum, they've got a device in their hand that allows them to make inquiries, dig deeper, validate the sources that they're reading. So it gives them a much richer environment to start thinking much more at a high level throughout what they're doing, which in turn is really engaging them more along the pedagogical and research aspects of their lives. They're not as separate anymore. As we go into research, it's increasingly, a mobile device is increasingly the tool of choice for gathering data for research, as well as creating that content that will be used for further research. For example, snapping images of items out in nature, creating videos of microscopy images. So I mean, this is, it changes things from what we used to have before we had so much pervasive mobile. The other aspect that we all live with is increasingly, with everybody having a smartphone in their hands, everyone has GPS in their hands. So as they look at information and think about content, having that available to them gives them a much richer context in which they can think about that information and what they're seeing and what they're learning about. The use of social media has changed the whole scholarly communications aspect. How we now disseminate early results. Increasingly, you're following Twitter, you're reading the blogs. It really, the mobile applications really allow you to keep up on what's going on long before the outcomes actually make it to the more traditional publication and dissemination outlets.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn it over to Brian. What is the impact of mobiles for teaching, learning, research? What in your world?
Well, back in 2011, I gave a seminar on mobile technologies. Why should library staff be interested? And this was aimed at library staff at the University of Bath. The slides for that talk are still available, and we'll be sharing the URLs later. But in addition, there's a video recording of that talk available. And I created that video myself using a flip camera, because one of the things I was saying is there's interesting content which we can easily share. Back then it was with flip cameras, but nowadays many people would have a mobile phone with video capabilities and easily uploading capabilities to various video channels. So that was back in 2011, and I think the changes since then are the majority of us do have the smart mobile devices. Wi-Fi is pervasive, 3G is pervasive in many locations. So that back then I suggested that the important areas were consuming content, reading stuff, creating content, such as creating the video recording that I did, the enhancing productivity, which was both doing existing things better and also doing new things, and also for developing professional relationships. And so since then, I've found that the most important aspects of my use of mobile devices is being able to work anytime, any place, anywhere. And for me, that includes, it used to include working on the bus and the train when I got the bus to work, being connected at conferences, and sometimes even using my mobile device in bed. And so I've a question for the audience, which I'd like them to answer either on the Unified Chat channel or on Twitter. My question is, have you ever used a mobile device for work-related purposes in bed? Do tell me what your answer to that question is. Thank you.
That's a great question, Brian. And please do use the Unified Chat to answer questions, to ask questions of our panelists. We're here for you until the top of the hour to answer any questions that you might have regarding mobiles, or to let us know your dirty secrets about where you use your mobiles. I'm guilty. I use my mobiles everywhere. I use my tablet, you know, wherever I can find an internet connection, basically. Okay, and let's switch it over to Gary. Gary, tell us a little bit about, from the research side, what you think.
Well, I really think that in addition to all the things that have been mentioned before, the library can and should be playing a role in the education of users, education of faculty members, education of higher-ranking officials, and education of ourselves. There's a lot of different technology out there, specifically in this case mobile, that is either unknown, or if it is known, not being taken full advantage of. And we have a huge role in this, because a lot of times, quite frankly, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of apps out there, and just app discovery is a huge issue, not only amongst in our community, but for the developers of these apps. We should become the go-to, libraries should strive to become the go-to place for mobile education, to make sure that those who use these items, these devices, these tools, are using them to their fullest capabilities, because a lot of time, as I said a moment ago, somebody will learn one thing on one of these devices, or how to use the app one way, and that's all they use. Yet a lot of time, effort, and money are being put in to make these resources much more robust, and then they go unused. I think there's a lot that can be done there, and a great way to stay out in front of the audience who visits or might not even visit your library.
Okay, thanks, Gary. If you notice, I dropped a chat in. I dropped some links in the chat. I'll be doing that throughout. Let's see. And also make sure, if you are interested in joining our global conversation, our hashtag is hashtag NMCHZ. That's hashtag NMCHZ. Let me go ahead and I'm going to drop in the link that Brian told us about in terms of the video. So I'll go ahead and drop that in there. As well as Joan Lippincott, she has a presentation from the M Libraries Conference in Hong Kong this past May. So I'll go ahead and drop that link there in as well if you want to browse those while we're going. Okay, so let's see. Still wanting to take any questions that you have. If not, we've got plenty to cover. So our next question, and I'll pose. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to answer this one.
Okay, go ahead, Joan.
I think that libraries can be part of a strategy to provide a holistic learning environment for students. We talk in some of the run-up to voting in the Horizon Report about personalized learning environments, and I think that that's a really critical new area for us to be thinking about. And I do believe that tablet devices will become the hardware of choice for many students in universities, even though I'm well aware that right now they're not particularly popular. If you survey students, they say they'd rather have a laptop and a smartphone, and the tablet comes in a distant third. But I think that's really going to change, and I think there are at least two factors that will promote that change. One is, as textbooks become more usable in the way that students want them to be usable on mobile devices, for example, as digital rights management software, DRM, is relaxed so students can do things like print what portions of the text they want or use it in other ways. And I think another factor is when I'm in an airport or out in running errands, how many times do you see toddlers, very young children, preschool children, who use tablet devices as if they're part of their repertoire? And I really do believe that as this generation reaches college age, they will have to have those devices, and they'll want them readily available for a variety of functions. And they will use it as a primary tool, both for accessing information for their courses, for their assignments, but also creating new content, as other presenters have mentioned, taking photos, making videos, recording podcasts, and sharing through social media.
That's a great points there, John. I'm sorry I almost skipped you on there. Really great points. Does anyone want to add to what Joan said? If not, we can move on to the next question. So the next question we have is, do you have mobile use scenario that you think is particularly innovative? And I'll pose this question. I'll keep it with Joan. Joan, any innovative uses that you've seen?
Well, one that Geneva, following up on her discussion of the use of mobile devices in research environments and in the field, at CNI we try to showcase some leading projects at our semi-annual meetings, and I was very intrigued by University of Guelph in Canada, their libraries developing a suite of services to support researchers using mobile devices in the field. And one of the projects that they highlighted in a session was a project working with an entomologist who was doing field work in Vietnam, and how he was collecting his data and then sending it back for data curation at the home institution, and how the library's becoming involved in working with that researcher and with others. And we'll put a link to that presentation in the chat, and also there's a video at that URL as well that describes more of that type of work.
Joan, is that the mobile technology, mobile users link?
Let me check.
I can go ahead and paste that in there for you.
It's the one called University of Guelph program. Yes.
Okay, great. I'll go ahead and drop that in for everyone to see. So Mark has an observation. Expecting DRM to relax, particularly regarding textbooks, seems unlikely to us. What is your thought on that, Joan?
I'm sorry. Say again.
One of the comments from the audience is expecting DRM to relax, particularly regarding textbooks, seems unlikely to us.
Well, I think that there will be increasing competition from open access resources, and of course that won't be as much of an issue. Our executive director, Cliff Lynch, has written about this and talked about the fact that in the e-journals environment we don't have such DRM restrictions, and it may be a matter of time before some of those restrictions relax in the textbook market.
All right, thank you. Now moving it on to another innovative use. How about you, Geneva? Have you seen any innovative uses of mobiles in your environment or in your?
Sure. Just to piggyback off of what Gary was talking about earlier, libraries have an imperative to keep our communities informed about these various technologies, especially mobile technologies, and what they're able to, the advantages they're able to provide to people. But at the same time, not only do we have that imperative to be aware of what they are, how they're used, and really, set them in the context of pedagogy and research, but we also have an imperative to leverage what's happening with mobile technology out there and to find ways to make it easier for our community to use social media. So a project that we have underway here at GW is something called the Social Feed Manager project, and I think it's pretty innovative. It came about after one of our librarians here was working with a faculty member who was gathering Twitter feeds by hand to do some research. And he said, I can automate this for you. So he did, pulling off of the Twitter API. And then it turned out, this professor said, hey, I've got all these colleagues who are trying to do this. So it gradually, actually very quickly, started including a number of different researchers in different fields to fill a need that they had of realizing once again that the most current information is getting out there through social media, especially when you're in the area of understanding policy and politics. That happens real time with Twitter. That's where it is. So if you want to do interesting research with the most up-to-date information, that's really where you need to go. So he developed the Social Feed Manager. We had a grant from IMLS, and then we have another grant right now, and we are also working with Stanford, UC Riverside, and University of North Texas on this to provide even more enhancements to the project. But it is really allowing researchers then to change the way they are able to do their research. It's also a realization that, again, this is how the scholarly record is evolving. It's no longer waiting for print articles to come out, and it's also a realization that as we're trying to archive the work at our institutions, it's not happening in print papers that people leave behind. It's the websites, it's the blogs, it's the Twitter feeds. That's what our students are using. So for us as archivists to ensure that we're capturing the history of our institutions, what we're realizing is we need to capture the Twitter feeds that are now producing that history. So we're looking at all the archival aspects as well of the Twitter feeds as we think about it in terms of the institutional record that's being left behind.
Okay, great. Anyone I wanted to add to that before I move on to Gary?
Sure, I will. I like to. We'll go ahead. I'm sorry, Alex.
Oh, no, go ahead, Gary.
Well, I think it's also, and going along with what others have said, to take a look at some, perhaps even non-library resources, apps, and kind of sit around with your colleagues and others to envision how might this app specifically or this type of technology be used in the library setting. And a couple of examples which I've put on a web page for you. One is something, again, going back to that camera searching idea, that's called Photomath. In this app, which is relatively new, the user takes a picture of an algebraic equation, and within a couple of seconds, the answer to that equation is provided, along with all of the steps used to provide the answer. Another example is something that's been around now for a couple of years, but this most recently, the company that was doing it was acquired by Google, and that is called WordLens. And what's wonderful about this app and different is that it doesn't require a live internet connection. Basically, you place your camera over text, and in real time, it will do a mechanical translation of the text, for example, from English to Spanish, Spanish to French, that type of thing, or Spanish to English, English to French, that type of thing. And again, it does not require a live internet connection. I think the possibilities with multimedia, I've just mentioned too with cameras, but also with sound. There's a project out of the UK that is now being crowdsourced funded. Hopefully, it will be live by the spring, and that is, I think it's called Warbler, and that is the same concept of Shazam, but in this case, you will place your device outside or in earshot, let's say, of a bird chirping, and the Warbler software will be able to identify the bird where that chirp is coming from. So again, the possibilities of a mobile device in the multimedia world are great, and I think we also need to be exploiting that to the fullest extent possible.
I love that idea for Shazam for birds. I worked at the NMC on a project with National Geographic on some of their citizen science projects, and this would come in really handy. We did a project called Frog Watch, where we went and did frog observations. And the thing with frog observations is you don't really observe them; you listen for them, and then try to find them.
An app that was mentioned in one of our planning sessions is called LeafSnap, and I believe that's from Columbia University and the Smithsonian. The idea, you take a picture of a leaf falling off of a tree, and it will be able to identify the leaf and provide you information about that. So I think there's a lot of multimedia things that mobile devices are really perfect for, and we'll be seeing more of in the future.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to that. We do have a question from the audience that I want to turn to. What are some effective mobile strategies you have incorporated into your libraries? I think Joan wanted to take that.
I think that one of the more innovative approaches I've seen was at Virginia Tech when the librarians worked with students doing multimedia projects. I think it was on World War II topics. And the students created a variety of products from the class, and then they had an exhibit in the library, a very visually oriented exhibit. And along with the exhibit, they placed some iPads so that people could come into the library and pick up the iPads and explore the exhibit in more detail within the library context. So I thought that was a really nice example. And if you don't mind, Alex, I'm just going to take a moment to go back to the question about open access textbooks and who's going to pay. Can I go ahead with that?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is, while I'm not really familiar with the K through 12 market, in the higher education arena, this is typically being done through state initiatives or institutional initiatives. So, for example, the state of California has provided funding to develop, for faculty to develop open access textbooks for a particular number, I don't remember if it's 10 or 50 or whatever, for the most heavily registered courses within the California university system. I don't mean UC, I mean the statewide, all of the levels of their university system, including community college. This could be an enormous savings for students if each of them didn't have to buy a $100 or $200 or $300 intro to chemistry or calculus or whatever textbook. And the university does this through a competitive process to assure quality and that leading people are working on these initiatives. There are also programs at the institutional or system level. I know of one program at North Carolina State University in Raleigh. It's a small program, but it's initiated through the campus, and also with support from the library, and a program in SUNY is also a major initiative.
All right, thanks, Joan, for jumping in. Anyone else want to take that textbook question? Anyone work with textbooks in their environment?
I'll add to the discussion, speaking more to the quality of the concern about the quality of textbooks and what we're seeing. And I know there are some open access projects out there right now that are providing not the highest quality of text, and that becomes an issue when you move into the classroom. But I think what we are seeing are very innovative approaches that are starting to be adopted, where through philanthropy. We do have some philanthropists who are really committed to the need to lower the cost of textbooks. So we've seen things like purchasing the rights to the most popular statistics book out there. The OpenStax project out of Rice University has experienced that, where we did have a donor who said, you know what, I'm just going to buy the rights and let's put it into this online, quality format. Where you can do so much more with it too. You can more readily search across it. You can modularize it in ways that you couldn't do that before. So I think some of the early experiments we may have seen where quality suffered. I think what we are starting to see now is clearly vastly improved quality that is lowering significantly the cost of textbooks without compromising the quality of the content itself.
Excellent. I want to turn it over, last but not least, to Brian to give us his take on innovative uses.
Okay, well, how do you follow all of those great examples that have been given by the other speakers? I think, like Gary, WordLens is amazing. I can recall when I installed that on my mobile phone and pointed it when I was abroad at a foreign sign, and suddenly there it was in English. But that made me think about some of the broader issues. So if you think about the world that we're now living in, we all have, or can have, the equivalent of a supercomputer in our hand. And just as on the USS Enterprise, James T. Kirk could use his device to ask questions of the computer, so these days we can use our device to access information using Google, using Wikipedia to address our informational queries, and we can use social media tools to interact with our social and professional networks. So for me, it's not just about a specific innovative technology, rather it's about the scale of the use of the technologies that we possess and the scale of those those nodes of users who are part of that network. So the future is here, but we can say it's fairly evenly distributed because it's all in our hand, in our shirt pocket, in our trouser pocket. And I think that's the exciting future. And perhaps surprising for some people on this list, it might be that use case is using those devices in bed. And I thought it was very interesting to see the range of views that were being expressed on the Twitter channel and the Unified Chat, with some people were horrified at the notion and others say, yes, I use this all the time. And so for me, we will see this diversity in our user communities. So we need to be able to engage with those users in the different ways they use the technologies and the different times they'll use them.
Excellent. Thank you, Brian. Still have we got about 10 minutes left. If you want to pose any other questions to our panelists, you have a good sense of where they're coming from. If not, then I want to kind of go towards closing thoughts for this session. Again, you can follow our Twitter channel at hashtag NMCHZ if you want to communicate with the rest of our community. We have over 10,000 Twitter followers, so your voice will be heard in that arena. So I will turn it over to Geneva to give us some closing thoughts But please take a moment to ask any questions if you have any. But Geneva, what are your closing thoughts? What do you see the direction of mobile's taking? What do you see, in 2020, for instance?
Okay. Well, I mean, mobiles are the game changer. For me, I tell people all the time, there's no more exciting time than right now to be working in a library, because we're all about information, and that information landscape has changed dramatically. I came from sort of a non-traditional trajectory going into libraries. My background's in computer science, and I had worked in industry. And it's really, with digital information, but especially as we make information so accessible through mobile devices, both getting to the information, but also the ability to create and disseminate information on the fly, real time. It changes everything. So I think in libraries, the challenge we face is how do we ensure that that's meaningful? How do we keep people apprised of what's possible? Making sure they know about the different apps that come out. How do we engage in doing more on the creative end? How are we actually doing the research with information, creating the new kinds of apps that are most relevant to the academic community and to the students who will be using this? So I think libraries are so well positioned to not only just leverage the mobile and everything it's bringing into us, but really put some context around it that really helps to elevate what's going on in the classroom, in research in general.
All right. Thank you, Geneva. So we'll turn it over to Joan for any closing thoughts you might have for us.
Libraries like to create standard services that are available for a long time, and that's been, they like to be very dependable for their user community. They want to be understandable to their user community, and I think that is important. However, in this environment, I think it's also just as important to pilot new types of projects using mobile devices and using content suitable for mobile devices. And in order to do that, I really encourage librarians to reach out to faculty and students and understand how they could get deeply engaged in some teaching and learning initiatives on their campus. So it's not necessarily a library initiative per se, but it's how they can embed themselves into new curricular developments or new research directions of their faculty. I also would encourage them to do more in the ways of promoting their expertise, their services, and their discoveries. A lot of people in the university environment really do not understand 21st century librarian skills, and they don't know that they can turn to librarians for partnering on some of these initiatives because they just don't get it, that librarians are very conversant in many of these technologies and may be able to assist them in realizing their own objectives. And so I think that librarians need, both through just personal outreach and promotion in many ways on their websites, through video screens in their libraries, through visits to departmental meetings, presentations, etc. They need to better market their services and their expertise and do more outreach. So those are some of my thoughts.
All right, thanks, Joan. Some really good things to think about, to take away from the audience. Okay, so we got two more folks to give us their closing thoughts. I'm going to turn it over to Gary. Give us your closing thoughts. What do you want people to leave with today?
My neighbors here in D.C., Joan and Geneva, said it better than I could. This is a great time to be a librarian and to have that title. However, going to what Joan said, a lot of times people don't, in this day and age, and really forever, don't know what we can do and are capable of doing. So let mobile be a marketing tool for you as an information professional and for your library. You need to stay on top of these issues. You need to become aware of them. and market yourself and your library using these tools. And that can happen either via a quick email off to somebody saying, this is something you might want to take a look at. It's interesting, come by and we'll do a demo of it for you, that type of thing. But the bottom line, whether it be mobile or non-mobile, is that people can't use what they don't know about. And in this age where there's something new every single hour of every single day, people need help filtering through it, and they need the advice on how to use it. And these are two skills that the information professional has or should have, and a great way to market yourself and your library.
All right. Well, that's great. Thank you, Gary, for giving us your closing thoughts. And last but not least, from across the pond, Brian, tell us what closing thoughts you might have, or what directions you might see for mobiles.
Okay, well, I think we've all been very upbeat and positive about the opportunities that the mobile device can provide and the role of librarians in engaging with our future. But I'd like to really conclude by raising a challenge, a difficult area, which has been touched on, but just in passing really, which is the privacy issue. So we've got this really powerful supercomputer in our pocket with great computational power, with GPS capabilities, with recording capabilities, and the like. What are the privacy aspects associated with this? How is it going to pan out in the future? And how should librarians engage in the debate, particularly given that there'll be different perceptions across different countries? So the US, I think, has a very different perspective to the UK and Europe, where we have data protection guidelines which are different from the approaches in the States. So we've heard previously about the importance of curating and archiving tweets. A number of speakers have mentioned that. But might we see a backlash to this, as we have in part in the UK? So just last week, we heard about the Samaritans in the UK had developed a service for analysing public tweets from people who were posting tweets which might be suggesting depression or suicidal tendencies. And there was a big backlash against that, and as a result, the Samaritans withdrew the service. Now, we might say the Samaritans were seeking to do a positive, valuable service, but there was a reaction against it. So I think we will need to think about how we should respond to those privacy issues. And I think it will be more complicated than the simple, we need to have informed consent and people opt in, because that just does not scale, particularly in a Twitter environment. So that's my concluding thoughts on the mobile environment.
I think that's a great concluding thought, Brian, because our next, the Twitter idea, the archiving Twitter, to me, it looks like a data management issue. And so we're going to be moving into content management and technical infrastructure, which may be able to address some of those things of, okay, all the data that's being generated, what do we do with it? With that, I want to close out our panel for this morning, and I want to thank Geneva, Brian, Gary, and Joan for joining us and giving us their take on this emphasis on mobile. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, applause from everyone in the audience, virtual applause. With that, we're going to take a very short break. We will begin in about 17 minutes with our next topic. So in that case, I'm going to, while we get our next presenter set, I'm going to pose a question to you that I hope to encourage a little bit of a discussion between yourselves in the unified chat. So I'm going to switch to that in a moment here and let you ponder that question while we get reset. So thanks again, panelists. Good morning, Anne Marie.
Hi.
Hi. Do you see the Google Hangouts button on the left side of the screen? It's a circle, a green circle with 3 people in it. Oh, you got it. Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Paul, if you could do the same thing, there is a okay. Rachel, good morning.
Hello.
Hello. If you can, to the left of the screen is a series of icons. Oh, you've got it. And then Paul, I want to do a check with you real quick. If you can turn on your video and click on the Business Hangouts button on the left side of the screen.
Yeah, Alec, my video is showing as being on. Are you not seeing me yet?
We got you.
Okay.
Okay, so we're all set. We'll just, yes.
Do you want me to stay on at this point, or am I coming in on a later panel?
Oops.
I think Paul's a later panel.
Oh, sorry. My mistake. Right,
Okay,
Paul.
so should I back out of this then?
I got you. I'm going to make you a viewer now. Sorry.
That's all right.
Hi, Anne Marie.
Hi, Rachel. I hear you know Eric Pettiplace, or my systems
Yes.
librarian. Yeah.
Yes.
He was just with you guys last week. Huh?
Yeah, at the Leader Forum.
Yeah. He said it was a good one.
Yeah, we had a lot of really good speakers.
Yeah. It's great.
Okay, Rachel and Marie, we're just going to mute your microphones for a moment. We're trying to get Ken in here. We'll begin in about 12 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, Vic.
Hey, Alex.
We'll make sure that you're oh, boom, got you set.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. So we'll get started in about 8 minutes.
Sounds good.
Hello, Ken. If you can hear me, go ahead and type something into the unified chat, please. There we are. Okay, Ken, I see you in the chat. I'm just trying to get to promote you into a participant. I'll be just one more moment. We'll run a little bit over on this one. There's Ken. Hello, Ken. Can you hear me, Ken? Ken, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, great.
But
excellent.
You can hear me?
Yep. Okay, we're all set to go. Let
Great.
me move us back to where we need to be. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, library pros and enthusiasts. Again, I'm Alex Freeman. I'm going to be your host for this session on content management and technical infrastructure. Libraries offer a growing wealth of resources for learning and research. However, their internal processes and technology infrastructures require a lot of maintenance and updates to keep pace with the evolving demands of providing more content in new formats. How content is managed impacts the extent to which it can be discovered and applied. This session will encompass several trends from the NMC Horizon Report 2014 Library Edition that focuses on developing effective technical workflows within academic and research libraries. I want to move it on now to our moderator for this panel discussion, Victoria Estrada. Take it away, Victoria.
Thank you, Alex. Good morning, everyone. We're so glad you could join us for the Content Management and Technical Infrastructure panel. We have an excellent group of panelists today, and it is my honor to introduce them to you. So without further ado, we'll dive right in. We have here with us Anne-Marie Haar, who is the Director of Libraries at the California College of the Arts. In this capacity, she leads the libraries in defining, developing, and executing a strategic vision for centralized support of information literacy, instructional technology, faculty development, student engagement, and high-impact teaching and learning practices at the college. Central to this process, Anne-Marie believes, is rethinking and redesigning information architecture and content management practices from the ground up. She served on the Horizon Project Library Expert Panel, and we are so grateful to her for doing that. Anne-Marie, we'll actually pose our first question to you. What is your involvement with content management and tech infrastructure at the California College of the Arts?
Thanks, Victoria. Well, CCA is a mid-sized art and design school in the Bay Area, and we have 32 academic programs ranging from traditional fine arts, so sculpture, glass, printmaking, to design programs. We have an MBA in design strategy, interaction design that we offer, to architecture programs and humanities and sciences. And one of the degrees we offer in humanities and sciences is a MFA in comics. So our community is comprised first and foremost of practicing artists. Inherent to this is that the scholarly record is different from traditional research universities. The research that our students and faculty do are very based out in the field. They can comprise of standing at roadsides and photographing events that happen or going out, a lot of user studies. So all of that data and information that is generated is just difficult to deal with and to collect and capture and archive. We also have intellectual property issues that are a little bit different, where you have, for example, interaction designers. The idea that they're coming up with before they even go out and build a new app is really precious to them. And so how do you teach them about intellectual property and kind of dealing with the copyright issues around that? So we work really hard here to try and model and build innovative but sound practices that not only teach but also then inspire our community so that they can become the next wave of thought leaders in this area for us.
That's great. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Such a valuable perspective coming from an arts college. Next in line here, we have Rachel Vosek, who is currently the head of web services at the University of Houston Libraries. This is where she manages the library's web presence and strives to improve the user experience across systems. Her research and professional interests include open source technologies, user experience design, information architecture, and digital libraries. She received her MLIS from the University of Pittsburgh. She is also the 2014-2015 president of the Library Information Technology Association, that's LITA, a 2014 Library Journal Mover and Shaker, a 2007 ALA Emerging Leader, and an avid board gamer. Welcome, Rachel. I'm going to pose the same question to you. How are you involved with content management and tech infrastructure at the University of Houston Libraries?
Thank you, Victoria. To give a little background, at the University of Houston we have about 43,000 students. It's a mostly undergrad focus. It's a very diverse student population. We have a lot of international students, and we also have a lot of first-generation students, college students. There are a lot of big initiatives on campus. Our president, Renu Khator, has pushed a lot of medical innovation, and Houston is sort of known for being the energy capital of the world and the world's largest medical center. So there's a lot of STEM initiatives and science and research. So a lot of the library is supporting all of this. In my department, in the web services department, I manage the web presence for the library. So that means we work with the other departments in the library that manage other systems, and we try to bring all of these together through system integration and create a single user experience. We help with content strategy, the information architecture, the graphic and interaction design, provide consistent branding, working with our marketing team. We run multiple Drupal CMSs and several other systems that allow users to manage their own content. When I say users, I mean library staff to manage their own content. And we try to take advantage of various systems, APIs, to bring content together more dynamically. So one of the today is that a lot of our CMSs are no longer about just content management. It's about system integration and making things more dynamic and engaging. And in that vein, we also work very closely with our digital library initiatives and in our special collections. We work with our liaisons with digital scholarship, data management, digital humanities, and again, we help with web analytics, usability testing, all of that. So it's a complicated but really enriching. I like it a lot. I like my job a lot.
It's astounding to think about how many students you serve. So thank you for joining us. And it's 43,000. My goodness, it's quite a lot. Well, let's see. Last, but certainly not least, we have Ken Varnum. Ken Varnum is the Web Systems Manager at the University of Michigan Library. That's where he manages the library website and the development of new features and functionality. Ken's research and professional interests include discovery systems, content management, and user-generated content. A graduate of the University of Michigan School of Information, he wrote Drupal in Libraries in 2012 and edited The Top Technologies Every Librarian Needs to Know in 2014, as well as The Network Reshapes the Library, Lorcan Dempsey on Libraries, Services, and Networks. Welcome, Ken. Can you tell us a little bit about your involvement with content management and tech infrastructure at the University of Michigan Library?
Sure. Thank you, Victoria. So I have a small developer group within a fairly large technology group at the University of Michigan Library. We have a group of about 4 people, and as Victoria noted, chiefly responsible for the library website, which is a Drupal-powered site, some of our discovery systems from kind of soup to nuts, the interface for our catalog, and a few other tools and technologies behind the scenes. So I have, I think, a different context than either of my 2 colleagues in that I am, in library terms, a large development shop, but part of a much larger technology development group within the library that handles user experience, digital library production, the catalog itself, as well as the underpinnings of the discovery layer on top of it, and curriculum integration. So we have, a bigger scope of developers and colleagues to work in than I think some of my colleagues. Our student body and is also, like Rachel's, in the 40,000 range, with associated faculty and researchers. So we have everything from beginning undergraduates to advanced researchers, as well as a large health system and biomedical research areas. So we have a wide range of user types that we need to address. Some of the initiatives that we're working on is taking another crack at discovery systems. Our current interface is very getting on 5 years old, so it's maybe showing its age a little bit, but it's more of a bento box approach, where you get results from a variety of content pools presented discretely in a single page. So there's catalog results and databases and web pages and so forth. So we're looking at working on that and making a more holistic interface to our broad discovery. And discovery is one of the things that I think is the most evolving and most significant, at least in our context. There's also a large research data repository effort underway. Again, a growing need in research institutions is being able to handle the long-term preservation and storage of data generated while academic research is going on, as well as being able to provide it for short-term use. This is both common sense and increasingly for government-funded projects a requirement. So we're actively involved in that. And then with the kind of the basic stuff that we do is in content management. We run Drupal and Omeka, and are like everybody else, either providing mobile interfaces well or not so well, and looking to improve that going forward.
All right, thank you, Ken. I'm kind of amazed by the diversity in this panel. Just coming from these two large public universities where STEM is pretty big, and then of course the College of the Arts here in California. I think this is going to be a really, really rich discussion. And so I'll go ahead and dive into question number 2, which is kind of our main interest with the NMC Horizon project. Anne-Marie, how do you think content management and tech infrastructure are relevant for teaching and learning?
Very simply, they surface more resources and increasingly are able to show conceptual relationships between resources. But more than that, I mean, these trends are happening, right? Scholarly record is evolving, whether we capture that or not. Semantic web, linked data is developing and coming to more and more places. We have so much work happening in that area. So if we don't keep up, our students suffer. Our faculty will be taxed to work, research, teach within this environment without the support of their academic libraries. And also, I think, all of our students will be among the next wave of design strategists and thought leaders in this area, app developers, who knows what. So we really have a responsibility to model innovative practices and show them where this can go, and inspire them, so that they really see the possibilities of the future of the scholarly record, right? As was mentioned in the previous panel, thinking about Twitter discussions and photographs, mobile photographs of items. And so I think it's not, it's about kind of bringing all of this together and then showing our students through the process of going through our colleges and the education that these topics, these trends, it's not just about libraries managing their collections, but it's about linking concepts and people and data in really effective and really interesting ways. And so, it's part selfish too. I want those students to become that next wave so that they can help us take the next leap and move forward. But it's also about modeling it, I think.
Very well said, Anne-Marie. Rachel, do you have anything to add to that as far as how content management and tech infrastructure are relevant to teaching and learning?
Yeah. When I talk to our liaison librarians who are sort of at the forefront of interacting with students and with faculty, they have to be very familiar with applying their own knowledge of a particular discipline, the pedagogical approaches, research methods, etc., to identify gaps where users are trying to get information and accomplish things, and what they can actually do. But I see a lot of trends in embedding librarians more deeper into the curriculum. They're more at the beginning of the curriculum development parts. And I think the changes in the way that they're teaching, and again, with 43,000 students, you can't have as many face-to-face interactions. You have to have a lot more web-based, mobile-friendly, self-service types of tools. So all of those changes really have an impact on the way that we provide technology support, the services that we create, and the way that we present information and services on our websites. So there's a real kind of shift from having a lot of workshops for students to more of that self-service type of learning. There's also a lot more, what I'm seeing is a lot more of a convergence between information literacy and digital or scholarly communication. The research support that we're giving faculty is no longer just about helping them do their research, but it's becoming partners with them and helping them to be more socially engaging and collaborative with other researchers, even at other institutions. So again, this is really, those things are having a real impact on teaching and learning at least in the web world that I interact in.
Thank you. I think that's a really good point about self-service learning, how libraries are adapting to that, to the way things are going now. Moving on, Ken, what do you think about how this topic, content management and tech infrastructure, are relevant to teaching and learning?
I think they're absolutely core. For as long as we've had the kind of the university model of education, the library has lived often at the geographic heart of campuses, but also at the intellectual heart. And as times have changed, we've gotten to a point in internet years very quickly where there is so much information, so much knowledge out there, every place, that I think that there is the risk to libraries that many of us have talked about for a while, of libraries losing their relevance within the campus setting. And from my perspective, that's a very bad thing, and I suspect from all of our perspectives that would not be great. There's the phrase that Lorcan Dempsey coined, that discovery happens elsewhere, which is very true. Our users are out using many resources because they're efficient, they're effective, and they're omnipresent. I'm not entirely sure that a library can compete with that. We can't be everywhere. We are a niche audience by world population standards, even our large institutions. But we have that opportunity to, through improvements in our technology, to make sure that we are truly part of the daily educational experience and the daily research experience of our constituencies. So the areas that I think we have a great deal of room to continue growing in, we've made great strides, I think, on our campus, but also at all of my colleagues' campuses, is in more cleverly and fundamentally integrating the library into the core mission of the university. So the things that Rachel mentioned in terms of being integrated in curriculum development, in course development, providing the tools that our researchers need to store and access both their data and their colleagues' data, or from researchers elsewhere. All of those things are really important. I think an area for growth for all of us is in making sure that we don't become just another fire hose directed at the poor student or researcher, and do a better job of understanding in an automated, scalable way the information needs of our users at the time they're doing the query, and providing more directed information resources. So not showing them a keyword search on everything, but perhaps a keyword search on the right set of things. That's a challenge that I don't have a great answer to, but I think it's one that will go a long way to making sure that we stay at the center.
Thank you. I think you summed it up pretty well. And actually, it was a pretty great segue to our next question, which I know is something, it's everybody's favorite topic. What are the challenges that you guys face? You're trying to stay ahead of the curve as far as content management and tech infrastructure is concerned. Anne-Marie, what kind of challenges do you face at your institution?
Well, we're fairly small, and so staffing, budget, first and foremost, and I'm sure those will, run across the board, my colleagues and everyone really here taking part in the symposium. But also there's a lot of this requires completely rethinking the information architecture that we have within our systems, so that you're rethinking the way to connect data, rethinking the way certain data sets have been collected in the past, and how do you kind of evolve them or give them a little update so that they can link better to other data sets. It really is taking kind of a leap from the ground up. And that to me is the biggest struggle, because we are a small institution here, and so it's really just 5 librarians, and we still have to keep the ship sailing. There's all the kind of regular day-to-day stuff that needs to still happen, of course. So it's really, in my context, it's really taking a leap. And so one of the most exciting components of this to me, and kind of these trends, is that there are all these other institutions, and as my colleagues mentioned, just starting to work together. There's so many collaborative partnerships happening out there. The very nature of these trends, of linked data, of capturing different types of research outputs, lends itself to greater collaboration. So while that also has its inherent difficulties, I think that that's one area that's really exciting and can really help us move forward with this.
It's great, seeing the challenges as an opportunity. Rachel, tell us a little bit about what challenges you face at the University of Houston.
I think some of the challenges that I face are about staffing and money as well. Even though we're larger, there's so many more initiatives that are being started, and having the technical expertise across multiple departments is now becoming more and more important, as more of the services that are being implemented are relying more on metadata or on user interfaces, API integration, bridging kind of multiple systems and bringing them together. So there needs to be more sort of back of the house support and understanding across departments. And so I think hiring more people with those skills is a little bit challenging, because some of these things are very new. You don't see a lot of positions yet for linked data experts. I wish there were, but it's challenging. And then also the other thing that I think is a challenge is there needs to be more institutional partnerships. So I think one of the conferences I was at recently, I was talking with someone about how, actually it might have been Ken, about how so many institutions, including us, do a lot of sort of homegrown development, web development of tools that sort of meet our immediate needs, because there's no other tool out there. We have a lot of custom Drupal modules, for example. And I think one of the challenges is, even though it's a little more difficult and time-consuming, I think it's essential that institutions look to other institutions to partner with and to try to solve some of these problems, and to develop tools together, to solve data management issues together, to build digital repositories together, instead of having kind of this continuation of silos. So I think that is a challenge. It's not easy to do. We've been talking about it at our institution for a while, and it's difficult to get started if you haven't done it before.
I think that's a great point. It's a matter of exchanging expertise, and at small universities, or even large ones, you might lack a specialized staff that has that knowledge, but another university might have all that know-how already.
Mm-hmm.
Really great points, Rachel. Ken, can you add on to that discussion a little bit? What challenges do you face?
Well, as Rachel noted, I think there is that the ability to take on projects and do them and finish them and then share them back is something that is much needed. At Michigan, we have the luxury of, and it really is a luxury, of a large group of developers, and that has been something of a two-edged sword. In one way, we've been able to build the systems exactly the way we want them for our own uses, tied tightly to everything else, which is wonderful. We have a great suite of software running everything. Even when it's based on open source tools, we've often made them just so for us. The flip side of that, of course, is that it makes sharing what we have done with anybody else much more challenging, and it makes building or kind of restoring or adding on functionality that another library or group might have built, putting it back into ours, hard too, because we have kind of gone off in our own direction more times than might be optimal. So we've forked the code a lot and not gone back. I think that's something that we are much more cognizant of now than we were a few years ago. And the more that we have seen opportunities that we have had to pass up to borrow somebody else's work and to build on it because we can't get there from here, the more we realize that being two-way contributors in open source software is much more important than having it out there. I think it was a very unconscious decision, and kind of it just happened that we ended up where we are, but we now realize that we have closed some doors at the same time that others have opened. So I think that making sure that the code is extensible and reusable, both for ourselves and for anybody else, in the hopes that everybody else does the same thing, that's a critical challenge that we need to get to. I think another big challenge is in discovery. As I noted before, I think discovery, getting to the resources that the library licenses, is one of the most critical areas for us to have continued relevance. And I've been understanding what we are discovering, what data are there, has been something of a challenge for I think for many libraries who go in for the big web scale discovery services, from whether they're from ProQuest or EBSCO or WorldCat or Ex Libris or whoever. And actually, I've been involved over the last few years with the NISA Open Discovery Initiative, which is had a recommended practice earlier this year on sharing information all along that content stream, from either the publisher or ANI service to the discovery service to libraries, as to what exactly is in those massive packages that we all want to turn on or turn off. Trying to understand the data that are there, what is passed along, and what can be used in what ways. I think that's another area, and it highlights the idea of broader collaboration. Our discovery system at its heart is very much like any other libraries. We use Summon, so anybody else who uses Summon gets the same data that we do based on whatever they've licensed. The tool works more or less the same way, but it's making sure that we all understand what it is that we have and don't have. That I think is another area as content becomes more and more both diffuse in origin and concentrated in access.
Well said. I think you touched on a lot of different points. Rachel or Anne-Marie, did you wanna identify or add to any of the challenges that Ken mentioned, or expand anything?
I saw something come up in the chat. Jordan posted about a letter to a young scientist, Yoa Wilson's. I've heard it said differently as, you don't want to become the nightclub, you want to become the limo that takes you to the nightclubs. But I think it's a really good point, not only because it applies to personnel and staffing, but I think it also just applies to libraries. Especially coming from a smaller institution, there's no way that we can collect all these materials, right? And we can have all these collections. And so all of our discussions, and there's already been a lot about partnerships and collaborating, lends itself to that as well, where I think libraries need to kind of become that vehicle as well, And that can be one way to surmount that challenge, so that, as mentioned, we don't have these silos and these systems that don't talk to each other. So yeah, I think that's a good point.
To follow up on Anne-Marie and Ken, as well as the question from Mark Davis in the chat, what would you suggest as content management strategies for smaller schools that don't have the resources of a research library to draw on? I think that is challenging. I think when I think about content management strategies, even on Twitter, someone said, "Can we define content management?" I'm looking at the materials that we license, the things you find in the OPAC, even the services that we're providing on the website. I see that all as like different types of content, and to kind of reiterate what Ken's been saying and the work he's doing with the NISO initiative, discovery is key, and it's not even just discovery; it's the discoverability of everything. And Lorcan Dempsey also talked about the whole concept of full library discovery. And, we buy these or license these discovery systems that have a great way of bringing in different resources together, but it's still mostly just kind of the electronic and print resources of the library and not necessarily the services or the people. And I think that one of the challenges that both big and small institutions have is figuring out how to best kind of present these types of things, this full library discovery concept, to its users. In big libraries, they have the opportunity of maybe taking advantage of the APIs and maybe have a web team that can kind of bring all these things together. Smaller institutions might have a little more difficulty with that, and they're just thrilled that they can even get a discovery system. So how do they then kind of take advantage of this full library discovery concept? It could be about working more closely with vendors, having more capabilities, and the ability to maybe plug in things a little bit easier within discovery interfaces. Or to go back to something I said earlier, the other option is maybe partnering with other institutions on a local level, or finding an institution that is similar in scope and size, or has similar library challenges, and figuring out ways to partner and help one another there. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Definitely, what I'm hearing is just this greater need for collaboration, and in almost any sector of education, I think that's also a good point. Well, I'm actually really curious to know. It sounds like you guys are all experts in the field, and I'd like to ask you, what do you think are the motivations that are driving these trends that we've discussed? Anne-Marie, could you?
Sure, kick that off.
Or if anybody else would like to start.
I think the motive, at its core, I see the motivation really coming from, kind of this new way that people work together, and that we view research, that we think of, because, as has been mentioned before, discovery happens elsewhere. Information is always out there. Patrons are finding this on their own. It opens up a whole new world in terms of finding data, information, understanding it, evaluating it. And so I think that this is actually just a very natural progression for the way that people are thinking about it. And I think, one of the kind of topics is that continual progress in technology standards and infrastructure as a trend. And I'm not sure if I would have articulated that exactly as a trend, because I think that is just inherent in the work that libraries do. It's we're constantly looking at all this new, knowledge creation that's happening out there, and how do you pull that in? And the very methods by which knowledge is being created these days has changed. So we need to adapt, and we like our standards, as we've mentioned before, and so we need to adapt those and adapt the infrastructure. So, curiosity, maybe if you can bring it down, boil it down, curiosity and innovation are kind of the motivators.
I like that. I think those are good points. Rachel or Ken, would you like to add? And what do you think that are the motivations driving these trends that make up this larger topic? Anne-Marie noted a couple: evolving nature of the scholarly record, continual progress in technology standards and infrastructure, discovery happens elsewhere. What do you think are driving these?
Well, I'll take a crack at it. I think that there's, I don't want to say fear, but the sense of loss of relevance and loss of focus for libraries. Research is changing so quickly that I think many libraries are kind of feeling they have to struggle to keep up and not lose that central place. Given the way that research and broadly academic work is done, and how digital it has become, both in the process of discovering whatever it is that whatever you're doing, the process of creating your scholarly work, the trails that you leave behind as a scholar, where years ago those were invisible and untraceable. It was somebody looking at a card catalog or perhaps pulling an index off the shelf. Now there's so much more richness that could be exposed, and I think that there's a great deal of curiosity. Certainly on the librarian side, is what is actually happening when someone does research. What can we do to understand better where people are starting from and where they are going, and then how can we make sure that we put the expert help where it's needed. That strong service ethic within librarians, I think, is also pointing us in this direction, that we want to be there at the point of need. We want to be there at the time that the researcher has the question. And while we once, which probably still do, staff the reference desk at 2 a.m. At crunch time during the semester, crunch time is now all the time online. And how can we be there? How can we figure out what those interactions are so that we can be there personally or abstractly at the time that we need to be there to help somebody answer the question that they're asking.
That's great. I really like the idea of the strong ethic of service that librarians have. That's what I've taken away. Rachel, tell us a little bit about what you think are the motivations that are driving these changes in content management and tech infrastructure.
Well, in addition to agreeing with Anne-Marie and Ken, they said most everything, but I would say some additional things might be the fact that a lot of the needs on campus are becoming more multidisciplinary, and that is forcing us to think differently and to present services and information in different ways, whether in-person services or through the web. And also, I think the user, Ken was talking a lot about the staff needs, but I think the users have a lot of expectations about how they engage with the library and the resources that we have, and those experiences are sort of based on their experiences working with commercial tools. So, they don't just expect a list of links as a result on Amazon. They want to know reviews. They want to know. They want everything hyperlinked. It's sort of the whole linked data concept. They expect everything to be connected and easily navigatable and usable. So I think that, in conjunction with a lot of needs to sort of show our value as libraries and as librarians, there's a big push for assessment as well. And so I think having more people in their libraries experts who do assessment or do user experience and user research. I think all those will help with these other sort of motivations that are driving all of these trends and changes.
All right. Well, thank you, Rachel. We've got 2 minutes left here in our discussion. It has been a very substantial discussion and one that I hope our audience has taken note of. Do you guys have any final thoughts before we close out this discussion?
I would just say it's really exciting. You know, all of these trends at their core in our day-to-day lives are actually very tedious in terms of implementing them and working and developing them. But it's really exciting to think about, you know, the possibilities and the ways that, you know, just the OPAC may change. We think forward 50 years, can we do concept mapping of our resources, you know, instead of just these lists of resources being, you know, kind of scrolled all the way down the screen. So yeah, that's just my main thing. I think that's really exciting, and then the partnership, you know, thinking about this need that we all have to collaborate and to connect between institutions and collections and data sets. Yeah, I think it's really exciting.
I also think it's really exciting. I get excited by the opportunities to work with other people, and I think it's really important to emphasize that none of us are alone. Even if you're in a small institution, maybe you don't have a lot of staff to help support with some of these initiatives or trends. You're not alone. Other institutions are struggling with the same thing. But being open and transparent about what you're discovering and what you're learning about, whether you're in a small institution or a big institution, helps one another. And so going back to sort of that service ethic that Ken mentioned, I think it's really important to help one another on this path that we're on.
Yeah, I guess I don't have anything to add to that, really. We're suddenly at a place where we can be immensely more actively collaborative than ever before, and we need to actually follow up on that and get to a place where we have the best outcomes for the most of us as the driving force, rather than my little special snowflake project is going to be the one that we do. I'd like to see much more of that.
Such a great sentiment to end on, Ken. Well, I think we've reached the hour now. I'd like to thank everyone, Anne-Marie, Ken, and Rachel, for joining us, as well as our attentive audience. I'm going to turn it back to Alex. Thank you guys so much. Goodbye.
All right, virtual applause for everyone. Thank you for giving us your take on content management and technical infrastructure. Now, as we get set to move into our next discussion and our next host, I want to leave you again with another question. So I'm going to switch my camera to the question: how is your library or institution rethinking their processes for managing data? So I'm gonna throw that up while we get our other speakers queued up in just a moment. Hello, Mackenzie.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes.
Good.
Can hear you, can see you. If you haven't already, there is a icon on the left of the screen. It's green. Oh, you got it.
Which one?
Nope, you're in. So it was just I wanted to pull up the Business Hangouts, which gives your lower third, which is your title bar. So your audio video is good to go. If you want to to relax. We still got about 12 minutes before our next session begins.
Okay. I did try to find a microphone that would work, but I'm going to have to use the laptop's mic. So it's probably a little bit echoey, but that's the best I could do for today.
Okay.
It sounds okay?
Yeah, it sounds okay. A little bit of an echo, but I think the audience will forgive you.
I'll just stay on mute when I'm not actually speaking.
That's a good idea. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Sam, do you want to join in real quick so that we can test your video and audio? Okay, great.
Hello.
Hello, hello. You are good to go.
Excellent. Thank you. Should
Audio
I
and video.
email the other two?
I think Lisa has been invited. We just need to get Lambert. I saw Lambert in earlier today, so he might have popped out. So
Alrighty.
so if you just want to relax and go on to mute, and we have just a few more minutes before we begin our next program.
Can't wait. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Lisa, we see you as a viewer. If you can accept the invitation to join as participant, it's a little envelope. Go ahead and click on that, please. Hello, Lisa. If you can hear me, go ahead and type something into the chat to know that you're in the room. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, are you hearing me?
Yes, we hear you and we see you.
Great.
Now, we'll want to make sure that you're in the business hangout so we can get your name badge. So if you haven't already, if you can click on the icon on the left, it's a green circle with 3 little people in it.
Yep. I'm also trying to figure out how I change this to having the sound go through my headset.
There you go. I see you. Perfect. And if at all possible, if you could adjust your camera so that we can see your face. Part of it is hidden by your name, your lower third name.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? Because I was changing the sound from the speakers to the headset, and I couldn't hear what you just said to ask me to do about the camera.
There you go. I just wanted to see if you could adjust it, and that looks good right there.
Okay, you know what? I think then for what I'm going to do, because now I can't see my screen, I'm going to get a thing of paper or a book or two and move my laptop up. So I'll be right back.
Okay, great. We got about 6 minutes.
Yeah, no, literally I just have to walk across the room.
Okay. Hello, Kenning. Can you hear us?
Hi, Alex. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So we are good to go. Your audio and video is good. If you haven't already, go ahead and click the Business Hangouts icon. It's on the left. It's a green circle with 3 people in it.
Yep. Sorry about that. I was logged in more than an hour ago, but I guess I wasn't in the right place.
All right, so we're good to go. Audio, video is good. If you could adjust your camera so that right now your chin is resting on your lower third. So if not, that's fine.
I adjusted for what?
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, it was your head was a little low and it was obscured by the your name badge. You look good. Looking good now. We're just going to give it a couple more minutes to try to get Lambert in. He's our last panelist. So, Kenning, we'll put you on. Go ahead and put you on mute.
Okay.
Hello, Lambert.
Hi, Alex. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I'm late, I guess.
Oh, no worries, no worries. So if you haven't already, go ahead and click the green icon on the left. It's a circle with 3 people in it. That'll bring your lower third into play. Excellent. Perfect. And just be mindful not to get too close to the screen, otherwise your face is obscured by the by your name. So, okay.
Welcome back, everybody. We've made it halfway through our professional development symposium today on the libraries in the 2014 Horizon Report. So let's shift gears to our next topic. Our panel is about increasing access and discovery opportunities. Before the rise of the internet, libraries were widely perceived as the ultimate gateways to knowledge. In the past 2 decades, as the internet has expanded, so has the array of educational content made easily accessible to people. The shift is not only impacted how research, but Director of the Horizon Project Series, Samantha Becker, to moderate this panel.
Hi, everyone. I'm Samantha Adams Becker. Thank you for the lovely introduction, Holly. I'm so happy to be here today, especially among these great panelists. I had the pleasure of serving with many of them on the NMC Horizon Report 2014 Library Edition panel, the panel that actually produced the report that a lot of these topics are based on. So really excited to be here today. Have a personal affinity for this topic, for helping libraries remain relevant in a world where I know Google searches and Wikipedia searches are quite easy. So before moving on a little bit, I just want to make sure that we get an introduction and some background on everyone. And so we're going to kind of do a round robin where we hear everyone's background, and as you tell a little bit of information about yourself, if the panelists can also give the audience a sense of their involvement with increasing access and discovery, that would be fantastic. So since Kenning, since you're up on my screen right now and I can see you, let's start with you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenning Arlich. I'm the Dean of the Library at Montana State University. I've been involved with digital library development since 1999 when I was at the University of Utah. And over about a decade, my staff and I developed and always assumed that our materials would be discovered by search engines. And so that led me into this kind of research. So I have launched the Mountain Library, the Utah Digital Newspapers Program. I'm a co-founder of the Western Waters Digital Library and the Western Soundscape Archive. And my current funded research on search engine optimization and semantic web for digital repositories.
Excellent.
Have you?
Oh.
Did you get all that, Samantha?
No, looks like you might have cut out a little bit towards the end when you were talking about your involvement with increasing access and discovery, if you don't mind. Just backtracking a few seconds.
Okay, so I'll just say again, I launched University of Utah's digitization program in 1989, and I'm the founder of the Mountain West Digital Library and the Utah Digital Newspapers program, as well as a couple of others like the Western Soundscape Archive. My current funded research is on search engine optimization and semantic web optimization for digital repositories. And my research team and I at Montana State University have published several articles and a book on the topic.
Thank you so much, Kenning. We're really pleased to have you and your perspective here today. And now moving on to the singular international perspective we have for this particular panel today. I'd like to introduce Lambert Haller. Not only is he a friend, but he was a co-principal investigator for the 2014 library edition and a partner in the report. So glad to have him with us here. And Lambert is the head of the Open Science Lab at TIB Hanover, all the way in Germany. So good evening, Lambert. Let's hear a little bit more about you.
Hi, Samantha. Thanks for inviting me. I hope the bandwidth issues are not so serious. So, okay. Yes, you introduced me already. Thank you for that. We are at a library, on the one hand, the central library in Germany for everything science and technology, and on the other hand, we are the university library of the university in Hanover. So my personal involvement was that we introduced open access publishing services to scientists at the University Hanover and a so-called current research information systems. And I don't know how many people heard that term already or have some picture in mind about that, what that is. It is a kind of system where you store network profiles of researchers and about what they are doing. Not only publication lists, but all kinds of activities. This is the one thing, and my other involvement that I wanted to mention is that we, at an Open Science Lab in Hanover, are involved with activities with Wikimedia, where we are thinking about how to get more open access licensed multimedia material into Wikipedia from researchers. So, for example, that pictures can easily be added to Wikipedia articles and stuff like that.
Thank you so much, Lambert. So happy to have you here. Next up, I'm excited to introduce you to Lisa Hincliffe, Professor and Coordinator for Strategic Planning and Coordinator for Information Literacy Services and Instruction in the University Library at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. A bit of a mouthful. I hope I got that right, Lisa. Take it away.
Great, thanks, Samantha. And my apologies that I fell off the campus network here a second ago, so hopefully I've gotten connected with a better connection now. So yes, as Samantha said, I'm the Coordinator for Information Literacy Services, as well as a new role that I just accepted last week for the coming year to be Coordinator of Strategic Planning for our library. And so that's been definitely thrown me even more into this area of thinking about discovery and access. So I been very active in this area, having been chairing or co-chairing committee or task force or the like in our library on the topic of discovery and access since 2003. And sometimes people think, well, why is an information literacy person so focused on what is sort of sometimes seen more of a collections issue? But our library has always taken an approach to say that there's a collections focus here, there's an access focus, and specifically our catalogers, and then also there's a user focus. And so my comments will probably focus more around the issues of how do we think about how our users are choosing to interact with our systems and the service layers that we need to build on top of the technology systems that we have available. So I'm really glad to have been able to work on the Horizon report with Samantha and Alex and everyone else and everyone on this team. So I look forward to our conversation today.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And what both of us neglected to mention was that Lisa and I got to spend a day together in France for the IFLA conference where we released the report. So I always cherish that time.
Yes, that was fantastic.
It was great. We need to have some more, I think, France sync up soon. And last but not least, we have Mackenzie Smith, a university librarian from the University of California, Davis.
Hi, Samantha. I hope you can hear me. I am the university librarian here at UC Davis, which is the director of the library. After spending close to 30 years working on the East Coast at Harvard and MIT on library technology issues, digital libraries, semantic web, various kinds of research projects related to access and discovery and other library tech issues. So I have an extremely long and varied background in this area. And I wanted to talk particularly today about bringing the user experience forward in libraries and thinking about how we're going to improve access and discovery in a world where users aren't necessarily coming to us first, right? So we all acknowledge that issue, and what can we do about that? And also, one of the luxuries I have as a library director is thinking about the infrastructure of libraries and how it all fits together so that we can improve access and discovery by changing fundamental workflows and infrastructure in libraries. So I'll talk a little bit about that too. Thanks.
Thanks, Mackenzie. Can't wait to hear more from you. Now that we've had introductions and gotten to know each other a little bit, time to move on to our first question. And Lisa, I'm going to kick this one over to you first. What makes increasing access and discovery so important to teaching, learning, and research?
First key is to turn your microphone on. Yay! So I think that, you know, as I really think about why discovery is so important is that the library really has unique value-added content that is very important for our users with what they're trying to find. And it's not the only source of content. We should never think that it is. And I think Mackenzie's comments just a second ago really help us frame that thinking for ourselves. But one of the things that we really need to fully understand is how what we are doing is serving the university or college's goals. What is it that our content does that we provide to help people bring in new ideas? Do we create information communities around that? One key thing that I think about a lot is that the library's discovery tools really equalize access for students, particularly those of lesser financial means or who have not had as robust an education. And so some of our students come with great privilege, personal privilege, educational privilege, and the tools that we provide really help equalize that in the sense that we give that access to all students. So really thinking carefully for me about how we interface with the goals of the university and particularly those unique things that we're doing at our institutions.
Thank you, Lisa. And I really like how you wove in the university perspective and how libraries need to be working with universities and being more strongly embedded into their curriculum. I think that's a really important point. Kenning, let's hear your perspective. What makes...
Thank you, Samantha. So discovery to me is integral to teaching and learning. If you can't find information, then you can't synthesize and learn from it. But I'd like to spend a little bit more time talking about the research aspect. Publicly funded research should be discoverable and reusable, but it's often not. Helping to make publicly funded research, such as publications and data sets, discoverable, we think can increase author citation rates. And if libraries can really deliver those increased rates, then I think they're really onto something and will be able to deliver a service that will be highly valued by research and faculty on campus. But doing that means learning how to optimize metadata for machine readability and comprehension. And traditionally, libraries have focused on human metadata. The library world also developed and used standards and protocols that aren't widely accepted on the internet or widely used. We developed standards like TEI and AD and Dublin Core and OAI PMH, etc., that aren't used outside of libraries. And consequently, our collections and research are hard to find because search engines don't know how to deal with those standards. As an example, Google stopped using OAI PMH to harvest from libraries in 2008 because it said that the amount of resources that they had to put into dealing with it were not worth the return. And because OAI PMH isn't even, well, Google Scholar has told us since Core in our institutional repositories, Dublin can't represent bibliographs very well.
Thank you so much, Kenning. I actually think that you raised part of the challenge of this issue, which is creating standards for information and searching for information in a landscape of rapidly evolving technology. It's really hard to create standards one day and see them be obsolete the next.
Well, or not just create the standards, but get in line and adopt standards that other industries are using on the internet.
Absolutely, another really great point. I'd love to hear your perspective too on this, Lambert.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, I want to pick up on something what Kenning said. I was just today here in Lüneburg at a conference called the Post-Digital Scholar and discussed similar issues with scientists from the digital humanities. And somebody from the audience raised the point, okay, you always stress the importance of metadata and standards and so on, but why do we need this? When we have full text access to everything, we don't need that because we can simply search everything. And I guess in a way, this is a typical misunderstanding on the surface. Today, everything is very easy. Yes, you have Google, you have like the media scientists Clay Shirky put it. Publishing is not more a profession, but it's a click of a button. Yeah, that's the impression. Everything is easy. But I would argue it's exactly the opposite. Yes, it's more complicated than ever. Take, for example, just very simple example. The decision where to publish. Yes, for a young scholar to this decision, which journal fits to my article, this is not so easy, yes? And to think about this dimension of open access and how open a journal should be and what exactly is the added value for me personally, this is not so easy. So I guess in some way advice from information professionals is now more needed than ever. And this is not only one-to-one advice business like, okay, let's speak to the individual researcher, but it's more like, okay, we have to look into the new digital research habits and practices and cultivate something, yes, because this is all new. We are only in the very early steps of a huge development, what I would call the onlineification of science. Yes? And I think it would be great for everybody involved when independent information specialists like those people working in libraries are yes, actively engaged in this development.
Thanks, Lambert. I think I already see trending on Twitter now, onlineification of science. That's a great term. I love it. I'm going to steal it. Mackenzie, love to hear your perspective on the importance of this topic for teaching, learning, and research as well.
Of course. Access and discovery is fundamental, really, for both learning and research, although I think there are slightly different challenges for us and I guess I would characterize those as external access and discovery versus internal. So for education, for teaching and learning, I think students today are really desperate for help. Access and discovery are so easy now that that's not really the challenge for them. It's what we call sense making or orienteering through all of that content that they can get to at the click of a button. So we really need to find ways to engage with students in particular to help them process what they're getting rather than actually discover it, right? And that would mean things like watermarks of quality for things that they're finding out on the web, right? It used to be that if you found something in a library, you had some sense of the quality of it as a research or teaching content. So now we need ways of injecting that kind of library quality filter on top of what students are finding through Google and other resources. So that's one set of issues we have. And then on the other side, for research, I think several of my colleagues here have already mentioned that we need to step up to making institutionally provided content much more findable and accessible online. And I would put that well beyond open access to scholarly journal articles and talk about all the other kinds of content that researchers are producing at institutions now, like data, software, websites, databases, all the things that they produce as part of their research. The library has a key role in making that discoverable and accessible online and promoting the institution. So we have a lot of work to do. Thanks.
Sounds promising, even though there is a lot of work to be done. And speaking of the work that needs to be done, we can't talk about some of the excitement and things happening around this trend without also looking at the other side of the coin. Some of the nitty-gritty challenges being faced when increasing access and discovery in libraries. So I'd love to talk a little bit about some of the challenges you're seeing in your libraries or you've witnessed at other libraries. Lisa, some challenges that you're seeing.
Sure, thanks, Samantha. I think for me, I often try to think about the challenges instead as opportunity, but I'll try and keep it here in the challenges. I think we've already sort of alluded to so many of the different challenges that there are, but I'll specifically think about the challenges we have, as you will, as a pass-through, if you will, for the content that libraries subscribe to, and I think others on the panel today are better situated to speak to some of the more open data questions, so I'll leave that for them. I've really been thinking a lot about this whole question of, the single interface to everything, and this idea of a central index where the data, and this whole question that was already raised around searching across full text versus if you will, the controlled vocabulary. But one of the things that I think is even more challenging for libraries, to the degree that we are playing, if you will, in this information economy where we're purchasing information on behalf of our user community, is that we're very dependent on that vendor community then, and the competition that exists within that community creates its own challenges for us, in the sense that there's quite a bit of churn about what might even be in a database that we subscribe to, and so content that we think we're providing access to on one day may turn out to fall out on another day due to licensing restrictions or the like. And so really thinking about not just the whole question of can users discover it and how they get access to it, but for the library profession saying, okay, how do we stay engaged, if you will, with the information content industry and articulate our needs into that industry, and also, if you will, I'm going to go a little bit more provocative even, and say demand what we need from that industry, so that we also say certain practices are actually not going to be acceptable to us in the databases that we license or the tools that we get. So I don't mean that in an adversarial way, but I think in an advocacy way. The question of, we're multi-million dollars across the academic libraries just in the United States, much less the whole world. And so that is a financial power and should have some influence on what the market offers to us. So thinking about that and how we interact there, I think, is a very interesting question for us, that sits alongside of those questions of open and then how we provide access to materials being created on our campus. So, which I think I'll turn over maybe to someone else to address some of those issues.
Well said, Lisa. Really well said. And if anyone wants to even begin to answer some of those questions, or if the audience, you have a point of view on that, would love to hear it in the Twitter back channel or in the unified chat. Really great, provocative questions. Thank you, Lisa. Over to you, Kenning. Love to hear your perspective on challenges for this trend.
Well, I really like the way there are huge opportunities facing us. Libraries talk a lot about how we should be in charge of organizing research data, because organizing information is what we're traditionally good at, but I'm not sure that we've really proven ourselves in this arena yet. Go back to what some of the other speakers were talking about with, in terms of controlled vocabulary versus full text searching. And I agree completely that a controlled vocabulary is a much more accurate way to search, but it has to be a controlled vocabulary that search engines use. The fact of the matter is that the people are out there using the search engine. They're not in the library using the databases unless they get referred there. So all the controlled vocabularies that we build internally, they have really limited use, I think, with. So the other thing I'd like to say is that we're a pretty conservative profession, I think. And as an example, I think many of us are just coming out of a long period of warning people away from using Google and warning them away from using Wikipedia. Although I think that's still quite prevalent. If you go and do a search on Google for Wikipedia quotative source, you'll get a whole lot of library-created websites that tell people basically not to use Wikipedia. And I think that's been a big mistake. But it's also an opportunity. It's a huge opportunity to change, because the aversion of Wikipedia has caused us to fall behind in helping machines to understand us and our products and services. Wikipedia is a trusted data source for search engines. It's not just about putting accurate information into Wikipedia. It's about defining our organizations and our products and services in Wikipedia. It comes down to this difference, this argument that you've heard before between strings and things. If we continue to rely on search engines to draw conclusions from strings of our text, we'll be severely handicapped in the Internet. Because the Internet is rapidly moving toward established and trusted entities. We refer to these entity definitions as semantic identity, and if your organization doesn't have a semantic identity, then the traffic that's driven to it from Google search engines is going to be limited, because Google doesn't know for certain whether you exist. Likewise, the machine understandable definition of library products is very limited at the moment, as is the machine understandable of definition of institutional repository, for instance. So I think the huge opportunity is doing a lot more to define our product services in trusted data sources like Wikipedia, Wikipedia, Freebase, Google My Places, etc., because that helps machines understand those products and services as established entities and allow them to start to connect in the linked data world.
Thank you so much, Kenning. Really well said. And just to build a little bit on some of the things you were discussing, like with Wikipedia, there really is an opportunity. I know that there are 33 million Wikipedia pages right now, and I think over 21 million users. So clearly people are turning into it for convenience and for ease of use. So rather than, going in the opposite direction and having an adversarial role with Wikipedia and similar services, I think we're starting to see an increase in examples of major library organizations embarking on partnerships with these types of services. So I just want to point out the OCLC's new partnership with Wikipedia. They're addressing something that might be perceived as disappointing with Wikipedia, lack of credible citations. So OCLC is actually working with Wikipedia in order to provide contributors with the most accurate citations and as many accurate citations as possible. So actually, I think it's looking like some libraries and library organizations are feeling a social responsibility to at least try and confirm or help out with the accuracy of Wikipedia and similar services. So just one observation I had to share. And Lambert, I'd love to hear more from you on some of the challenges you're seeing and maybe even some potential solutions to overcoming them.
Yes, thank you. I would like to extend on this Wikipedia topic, because I think it's a great topic to talk about in terms of new possibilities or things we should do. I mean, maybe many of you know already about this Wikipedian in Residence programs. Many libraries and galleries, archives, and so on have already this kind of partnerships, and this is a very good idea, because it's a mutual thing. It's not enough that we as information experts go into Wikipedia and leave our footprint there, but we need to learn something from them and then work together, because it's not too easy to understand how Wikipedia works and the role of the authors communities. Yes, and I would argue that we are right now building some kind of a new research operating system that is very open and connected and net-based, but it's mostly not a technical question. I mean, okay, we need all these standards, we need metadata and so on. This is at least we here would we argue that this is all very helpful. But the main challenge, from my point of view, are these social matters like trust. Yes, we need to show Wikipedia authors that we can add something, and then again we need to learn from them, and then this can be very, very good, because as was already said, Wikipedia is right now, or since many years, the 5th most popular website in the world. Yes, and for many people it's really the starting point when you need to learn something new. And one last thing, let me add this. We have here in Germany Research Alliance Science 2.0, and Wikimedia is part of that, and our library is also part of that, and we are like 20 different research institutions and libraries, and we did a survey and asked, among other questions, German scientists if and how they use Wikipedia, and it turned out, you would never guess that, scientists who read Wikipedia for their research, not for personal reasons, but explicitly for their research, it's like 95%. Yes, and you really have to think about that, because I mean, okay, maybe not for the narrower field for their own research, maybe, but a typical German researcher, if he encounters a topic that he's maybe not so familiar with, he or she turns then, as the first guess, maybe to Wikipedia, or at least it sounds so. And we have to take this really seriously, and it makes no sense to argue in a moral way about it, that you should not do it or something, but really to take this as a positive challenge and an opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lambert. I think collective intelligence has been a Horizon Project topic for many years now, and some might argue that Wikipedia is a form of, or evidence of the rise of collective intelligence, and open at that. So really interesting points that you've made. I want to give the floor right now to Mackenzie. Mackenzie, do you have anything to add to the challenges conversation?
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting that we've gotten onto Wikipedia as a topic here, because I also have a librarian here, Phoebe Ayers, who's a longtime Wikipedian, a Wikipedian in residence for UC Davis, and a member of the Wikimedia Foundation's Board of Directors. So maybe engagement with sites like Wikipedia and Google is really a sign of institutions that are moving in this direction and overcoming some of the challenges. Because I think the way I would characterize the problem, the fundamental problem, is that we don't really have a culture of innovation in libraries, which is dangerous in an environment or a time like this, right? And where I see that is not so much in the kinds of projects that you're hearing about today from these panelists who are all doing really cool things, but if you look at the bread and butter operations of libraries, they still look very similar to the way they looked in the 60s. And I think that, you know, in some ways we were ahead of the technology curve in the library field by inventing standards like MARC. And, you know, that has actually hurt us now, because we have become very sclerotic in our approach to changing the back-end systems. So we really need to change our culture to be a little bit more experimental and innovative across the entire library, and think about scale and what really needs to happen at an individual library versus on the internet in, you know, an environment like Wikipedia or OCLC or the Digital Public Library of America. So it's that, you know, shifting the culture to be more risk tolerant and get a little bit further away from these time-tested standards. So you've got things like BibFrame coming in to potentially replace MARC. BibFrame is a linked data standard, and it has a lot of potential to move us in this direction, but you don't see a lot of libraries jumping on that because they just have so much invested in the old technology. So that's a real challenge.
Thank you so much, Mackenzie. I really love your point about fostering a culture of innovation in libraries, and I would like to challenge the audience, between now and the next panel on Twitter later tonight, whenever you're thinking about it, how libraries can better foster a culture of innovation, both virtually and physically in the library space. So, great question. I know we're running a little bit low on time, so I'm going to ask the panelists one final question. And so I'm going to start off with Lisa and kick it over to her when I ask for further details on how this topic is materializing at your libraries, and maybe what are some of the tools and resources you're using to increase access and discovery, and maybe any good examples that you have for the audience. Lisa, over to you.
Great. Well, I think the importance of this issue at my library and really at every library that I see is underscored by the immense attention that this topic is getting. And also, interestingly, I might say sort of how fast, if you will, the library profession has been to adopt a particular approach to discovery, which is to purchase the discovery layers. So we know that from the Ithaca faculties, or the Ithaca Library Directors Survey this year, their results sort of showing essentially almost complete market penetration compared to a couple years ago, and library directors saying that having market share, if you will, of the starting point for research be the library as a really key component for their strategy going forward. So I think the evidence is there that there's a lot of attention to this issue. I think the other evidence is there is that we're not, and this is where Mackenzie and I will come back together, that we're not fully succeeding with our goals in this. So I think we're trying a number of things, but the evidence of our users relying more and more on, if you will say, web scale, true web scale solutions like Google Scholar is there. And so really thinking carefully as a result of, well, what is the unique value added proposition for the academic library in this environment? So we're in a competitive environment with these other providers. What part will we own and compete for in this, and how will we help our users as they do go out to use these web scale environments and need to engage in those information tools that may not have all of the quality controls that we provide to them in the library, but clearly users are saying what you do provide isn't meeting my needs. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, and personally I think it's a very exciting time to be doing this work.
Thank you so much for that. For that, really well said. I'd like to pass it on over to Mackenzie now.
You surprised me. We're in a different order.
Ooh, sorry. Just trying to shake things up a little bit.
No problem. I think I agree with everything Lisa just said, and I'll just mention a couple of things that I'm working on that I think are relevant, because I'm really concerned that we kind of tackle some of the really fundamental root problems that we have now. So two projects that I'm working on, which I'm hoping to engage this community in more in the future, is an IMLS project to look at library technology infrastructure and how it can evolve towards using linked data as a fundamental part of our infrastructure instead of some of the older standards. So that's a project called BibFlow. And we're really hoping to produce a roadmap for how the library IT infrastructure environment can evolve into a sort of web 21st century infrastructure. And the second project is a personal favorite of mine, which is getting the library community off the current model of access control for licensed resources, which is just so horrible. And we need to get towards more of the European model of shibboleth-based access control so that users can get to the things that we're licensing. I think a lot of the pushback we're getting is that it's just too hard. And Lisa mentioned this in her opening remarks, that we have to push back more on the vendor community and make this easier for people to get the benefit of what we're already paying for. So those are kind of my priorities right now. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mackenzie. And I want to toss this question over back to Kenning, and I know he'll have some really good insights to add to this discussion.
So in terms of what we're doing at Montana State University, we've just finished our first IMLS grant, which was awarded in 2011, and that focused on search engine optimization and some semantic web research. And now we've just been funded by IMLS for continued research for another 3 years with partnerships at OCLC Research, ARL, and the University of New Mexico. And this time we're trying to measure the impact of digital libraries. It's called, the grant is called Measuring Up. And we're also using our institutional repository and other digital library projects to test and demonstrate the theories that we've developed during the IMLS research in the first grant and now upcoming in the second one. So for example, we've incorporated Highwire Press tags into our institutional repository as recommended by Google Scholar instead of Dublin Core for better harvesting and indexing. We've built a data model for schema.org for theses and dissertations in our IR and implemented it. We've prototyped a semantic visualization graph of researcher expertise. We're experimenting with social media optimization to demonstrate impact. And we're working with a center on campus, the Center for Biofilm Engineering, to map out a set of services around semantic web optimization so that their work is more visible on the web. And we think that this is part of the new roles of librarians in developing sets of services like this that can be offered to numerous entities on campus. We're also involved with the OCLC Wikipedia library project that Samantha mentioned. So we're hosting an established Wikipedia editor as an affiliate to our library. And we continue to publish our findings. We recently published an article on what we're calling new knowledge work for librarians, and we just submitted a chapter on IR discovery that will appear in a book published by the Purdue University Press in a few months. And, okay, I guess I'm done.
Oh, thank you so much, Kenning. It's been a pleasure having you on the panel and hearing your insights. Let's get the final word now from Lambert.
Yes, thank you. We just recently, for example, started a so-called AV portal. This is kind of an YouTube for scientists where scientists can upload their videos and they are then semantically analyzed and then can be cited on the second with a DOI and so on, and we guess this kind of services, even if they are prototypes. In 2 weeks we start another service like that. That will be network researcher profiles from one particular research area where we want to show some of the potentials of linked data. We use a software called Vivo, and we want to show that even without large commercial players like ResearchGate, we can have this added value of showing more deeply the activity of researchers and how they go together, visualize things and so on. And all this kind of activities can only happen, and maybe this is my last proposal to you and to the audience, that when we get out of this mindset that everything that we as libraries do has to be a strong connection to our collections and our inventory. I mean, often good ideas come out of the idea, okay, we have to take care of the cultural heritage and take that to the digital age and so on. But I think we have to reserve some kind of lab environment where very new ideas can come up that must not always be related to our collections, and that not always must end up in an absolutely stable, productive new library service, but just like a space where you can try things and say, okay, this is only a beta, but together with you, our users, or you, maybe the Wikipedia author community or you researcher community, we will try this kind of things, and we need to make such a kind of a more lab-like or startup-like environment inside of our libraries. And I think this would be, for many libraries, huge to have a space like that. We are in Hanover only just starting to use this kind of stuff and trying to make something out of it.
Well, really eloquently articulated. Thank you, Lambert. Just to kind of put a bow on this conversation, although I really hope it continues long after this, is a common thread I'm hearing is creating space and room for experimentation, you know, potentially making mistakes, trying things along the way. And one thing that strikes me about the library, the academic and research library community in particular, is since releasing this report, I've gotten to travel and talk to a number of libraries and library professionals, and it seems to be a community that's really open to having these really hard conversations, which is always, you know, the best start to be able to have these conversations and to be aware of issues and aware of where the trends are going. So I have to say thank you to all the panelists for being open and for, you know, talking about the challenges they're facing and the things that they're working on, and let's keep these conversations going. Thank you so much, everyone. Much appreciated, and I'll pass it back to our lovely hosts.
Okay, so we went a little bit over, but that's fine. We have about 9 minutes left before our next session, so we're going to take some time to switch out our panelists and get set for our last but not least panel discussion for the day. So as I have been doing throughout the morning, I guess it's afternoon now, I'm going to pose another question to you. Why is access and discovery important for teaching, learning, and research? What is your take on that? Please make sure to use a unified chat for that, and I'll switch that over in just a moment. Hello, Franziska.
Hello, Alex.
Okay, it looks like your video may not be working.
Ah, okay, let's see.
The audio is fine, though.
Okay, it should work now. There's something loading, so
yeah, go ahead and let it load. Dave, I've sent you an invitation as well, so if you can accept that, and you can bring you in. All right. So Dave and Paul are joining us. Great. Looks like both of your video is working, Dave and Paul. So,
right.
Okay, great.
But Alex, mine isn't yet, I believe.
No, it's not. I'm not sure why.
That's quite strange because apparently the camera is on.
Do you want to check your settings? It's a little gear icon at the top. That may show which camera it's pointing to. Sometimes there's an external and internal camera, and it may confuse the two.
Okay. And where again is it?
It's at the top of the screen. There, it looks like a little gear icon.
I have trouble understanding gear.
Oh,
so that's
gear.
Why.
A cog?
Yeah, okay.
Any other synonyms you all know for gear? cog,
Ha ha ha, too bad.
It should be the fourth icon. There's a microphone, and then a video camera, then a triangle with the bars, and then it should be looks like a circle with indents around it.
Thank you, Gordon. Thought I could be more descriptive of that.
Yeah, but that says the Microsoft LiveCam is on and not the integrated camera.
That may be the issue.
So you might be able to change that by just selecting it from the drop down.
Okay. However, still doesn't work, does it?
No. Although we would love to see your video, it's not completely necessary to do the to conduct the program, since we can hear your voice loud and clear.
Okay.
And you have a really nice picture up as well. So.
Okay.
Yes, I was going to comment. It's quite a lovely picture.
Thank you.
Now, Paul, would you mind clicking on the? Oh, you might be already in. No. There's a green call out with 3 silhouettes in it on the far left. You make sure that that's clicked so you have your bottom third. That way we can tell you're in the Hangouts application.
Is it coming through now okay?
We can hear and we can see you just fine, but we're just not getting that bottom third, which might mean that the Business Hangouts application is not loaded. Is it? Does it have a little line around it on the green icon on the far left?
You know, I clicked on it about 30 seconds ago, and it seems like it's taking a bit of time to come up. I have to admit that if it doesn't work, I'm not heartbroken, because last time we did something together with NMC, that bottom third seemed to be the thing responsible for kicking me out right in the middle of conversations.
That's
Once
correct.
we disabled it.
We'll just let it go then. It's fine for the panel.
That'll be fine as long as we can hear you. I think that's going to be good, and we can see you fine. No lower third for you, and no video for Franziska. So I apologize to all our viewers out there.
I'll trade Lindsay a lower third for a video any day.
Yeah. You know, if you want to barter, we can use the back channel. See how to do that. But
no, my back channel. Oh, here we go. I was going to say everything seemed to have disappeared there for a minute. I want to get the chat back at least so I can see what's going on.
Franziska, do you see the group chat that is for the panelists?
Okay.
No, actually I don't.
Ah, okay. Maybe it's the Business Hangout. So on the left side of the screen, there is a green circle with 3. But go ahead and click that. Maybe that's what the problem is.
Okay. Then it says the current. And there's the chat. Yes. Okay.
And a quick reality check here. When I was typing that brief note into the group chat, was the typing coming through for everybody too?
Yep. Group chat now showing up.
But I mean, in terms of noise, could you hear the actual sound of typing on the keyboard?
Yeah,
I know that's a problem sometimes.
Yeah, and I'll suggest that everyone mute their microphones between questions, just to, if someone coughs or something, it may pull up your video over someone else that is speaking. Okay, Franziska, is that still loading for you?
Well, I now saw the chat, so I think everything is fine.
Okay, we'll just roll with it. Still got about another minute left, and then I'll introduce this section and Holly.
Now, as I realize now, when we're in group chat, we're not seeing the live chat that the conference participants or the symposium participants are putting in. Will you read questions to us if you see anything pertinent in there for us?
Yes, you should see the unified chat on your right-hand side prior to our group chat. Do you see that?
Let's see if I can get that.
Should have a black background with white letters as a unified chat, and the group chat is white background with black letters.
Yeah, I've got the group chat. I seem to have lost the unified chat, and I'm not seeing where on the toolbar I can pull that back up.
Well, we can make sure to feed in questions from there for you, but we'll probably need to get started.
I'll definitely be looking at them, and I'll keep you apprised in the group chat of them.
Thank you so much, Holly. Because I'm concerned about bandwidth, the fewer things I have running here, the happier I think I'm going to be.
I fully get it.
All right, let's get started. All right, hello again, everyone who has stayed with us throughout the morning and into the afternoon. We're almost to the end. This is our last presentation for the day, so I want to thank you in advance for sticking around with us. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Rethinking Roles and Relationships of Library Professionals. As more universities incorporate new technologies into teaching and learning, there is an increasing demand for technological and instructional support for faculty and students. Libraries are uniquely situated to meet those needs and to find creative ways to embed themselves into academic curriculum. These evolving expectations are leading libraries to rearrange their organizations, resulting in the creation of new departments, new positions, and new responsibilities for library professionals. Now, going to kick it off by sending it to Holly Ludgate, who's going to moderate this discussion. Take it away, Holly.
Thank you very much. Just to add on to that, while these roles are being created, there's a clear hiring trend that's emphasizing more of these functional specialists to have strong digital or technology backgrounds. And in these libraries, they're approaching many different directions to fulfill more specialized capacities. In this session, we're going to explore the different skill sets required for these professionals and how they can collaborate with different university departments, local libraries, and other groups to really meet the ever-changing needs of the institutions that they're at and their patrons. So, thinking about the main topic, Rethinking Roles and Relationships of Librarians, this focuses on 4 areas that were actually featured within the report: embedding academic and research libraries in the curriculum, embracing a need for radical change, the rise of new forms of multidisciplinary research, and maintaining ongoing integration, interoperability, and collaborative projects. And I'm really excited today with our panel that we have. We've got an expert panel that's really dug deep into this and I think is going to bring some great insight. So what I'm going to do is kick it off to our first panelist and ask him to introduce himself and then also answer the question of how their institution or how his institution is rethinking the roles of the relationships of librarians. So I'm going to kick it off to David Parks, the National Teaching Fellow and Associate Director of Information Services at Staffordshire University.
Thanks, Holly. What a great introduction. And listening to the rest of the symposium earlier today, I've just been fascinated by the breadth and depth of work that everyone in libraries is involved in. And what an enormous task we've got ahead of us, haven't we? It's absolutely amazing. Someone earlier mentioned, I think it's Geneva, mentioned that it's probably the most exciting time to be a librarian. And I think it is. I used to think that maybe 20 years in the future or 20 years ago might have been the best time to be a librarian, but actually I think it's about now. And I'm Dave Parks, as you said. I'm the university librarian at Staffordshire University. Really, I came through this from, I used to work at West Chester University in Pennsylvania, near Philly, and that was really where I learned my craft. That was where I honed my skills and really saw the potential of what librarianship could be. Subsequently moved on to lots of other jobs, but now I'm a librarian, but I'm also the head of learning technology at the university. So I look after both sides, and I see how staff in both areas, professionals in both areas, both librarians and learning technologists, are actually sort of starting to merge and starting to sort of bleed over into each other's areas, and that's a really fascinating and exciting thing to watch. My role really is to make that happen. Technology is imbued everywhere with what we do in the university, increasingly mobile, increasingly classroom-based technologies, new things like immersive technologies and immersive labs and all of that kind of thing. And librarians are right at the forefront of that, or should be. We're very much generalists in many ways. People that come to us for all kinds of things, but we're also specialists in our craft as well. And the challenge is, I think, how to maintain that relevance when there is so much for us to do and so much for us to achieve. And I think that's the real challenge that faces us. We're currently looking at all of our roles as librarians. We're looking at the skills that librarians need moving forwards. We're looking at the skills that learning technologists need moving forwards. And we're seeing lots of crossover there. What we're doing with the librarians in particular is asking them to map their own skill set against a given criteria that includes elements in their job description from the way that they work now, but also about the way that they'll work in the future. So they're mapping their skills, they're scoring them from a 1 to 5. 5 is I'm an expert, 1 is I need to learn some more here. And so they're working together on that, they're sharing ideas, they're talking to each other about where they should be scored. They're talking to their managers and talking to people around them about how they think and they perceive them on their skill level. And then it establishes a way for us to move forwards, for them to begin to climb up that scale up to 5, not necessarily for everything, but certainly to develop skills in all of those areas. And I'll talk about that a bit later on, but that's it for now. Thanks, Holly.
That was fantastic, and I definitely think that that's one area that a lot of departments can learn from, is really doing that pre-assessment when you first start to know where to go to. So I'm really excited to dig a bit deeper into that today. And thanks for kicking us off. And let's move next on to Franziska Regner, for the Head of Innovation and Development at ETH Zurich.
Hello, yes. Unfortunately, nobody's able to see me, but I will try to just make enough noise to be listened to. Yes, as you said, I'm head of the division Innovation and Development at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, at the library there, the so-called ETH library. And I started to work for this institution in May this year. And that was the time when the new Department for Innovation and Development was just founded. So right now we are in the process of somehow building up and also shaping the new department. Of course, there was innovation management in the library before, but now we have the opportunity to create a new room and creativity to allow for innovative approaches, and also to allow for an atmosphere of creativity, I would say. And actually, I would like to quote Lambert Heller, who was on the panel just before our panel discussion. He presented a so-called lab environment at his institution, and elaborated a bit on the need for a room of creating space and a room for experimentation. And I think that's crucial for libraries in order to get in touch with new needs of their users, both in research and in student environments. And I'm quite interested in all these topics related to radical change in libraries, how to face the challenge to be and live somehow in a very structured organization such as a university or a library with its operational business, and on the other hand allowing for innovation management and all the topics related to that.
Wonderful. Your voice and the content you're bringing forward certainly does come through, even though your video does not. Thank you. And moving right along, we have Paul Signorelli, a writer, trainer. I could really go on the list. Goes forever. He does so many wonderful things, especially working with the NMC as well. Writer, trainer, instructional designer, presenter, social media strategist, consultant. Works with Paul Signorelli and Associates. And so the question for you is to give us a brief background, and then also where you work, what are the roles and relationships, and what are they rethinking for librarians?
Well, I think the other two panelists already said all the good stuff, so I would go home, except that I am already home. As much as that is a joke, it really reflects a lot about the state of librarianship and what we're rethinking these days. We aren't any longer, it's clear to all of us, we're no longer tied to physical buildings. People come to us in our buildings, but we also go to them in their communities. Sometimes we do the traditional thing of going out and seeing them there physically. Many, many times, as we're doing today, we go out to people virtually. So one of the things we need to be thinking about is our ability to work as well face-to-face as we do online. It's not an either-or thing anymore, and that's affecting the way we work. It's affecting the way people have expectations of us, and really I think it's very exciting. What Dave said earlier about having that 1 to 5 scale where 1 was need to learn more, I think that's a new definition of librarianship. We're always 1. We always need to learn more. And that's where I'll stop so that we can get into the heart of it.
Excellent insight. Thank you so much, Paul. And so to really start kicking off this conversation, one of the hard-hitting questions from the library report was, why is this important for teaching and learning? And so really the bottom line is, it's not the case that librarians sit behind the desk and wait for people to come so that the librarians can share what they know, but it's the librarians going where people need them and really being that facilitator in the learning process. And so I would love to hear your insights on that. Anybody would like to start us out? Dave?
Yeah, I'll kick off. We expect a lot from librarians, don't we, really? They support scholarship, and then we expect them to be scholars themselves. They support learners, and we expect them to be learners themselves as well. And this is a real challenge. The world has moved so rapidly forwards that it's meant that some librarians feel cast adrift, some are questioning what they do, and I think it's the opportunity now, as Paul said, is for that to make that online presence really felt. Earlier talking about mobile, for example, is a great opportunity for us to do that. I was making a list earlier of the kinds of things that librarians should be, you know, and I was making this list is now at 26 points. I'll post these up later, but we need to be, you know, technical evangelists. We need to be leaders. We need to demonstrate that ethical side of what we do as well, the ethical role in terms of what that means on the web for students and for staff. We need to be curious, we need to be entrepreneurs, we need to be bold, we need to be listeners and builders and coders. You know, we need to really grasp this sort of thing, and it's there now for us to do that. People are looking for us to do it. Even though we know that there are non-users and lots of non-users of our services in universities, we know that those that do touch us, that do reach us, are very, very surprised and very, very satisfied with our services. And that's where we must pursue, and also capture the non-users too.
I think it's interesting, that list of 26, and one of them just happens to be coders. And I could say when I went through my master's in educational technology, we had to take some courses in library science, and that was never in our list of things. And so it's interesting how the role is really evolving for librarians into new, interesting spaces that really make it much more general but much more exciting in a very specialized way. How about you, Franziska? What do you think about the importance of teaching and learning with this?
Well, teaching and learning, and I completely agree with what Dave just said, is just key for all our fields. And I would also refer to one explicit remark Dave made. He mentioned listening is quite important, and I believe that this is a highly important area where we need to put lots of energy into, listen to people on the one hand and talk to them on the other hand, and that demands for good networks with your users and potential new users. For the library I work in, as for many others as well, social media plays an important role in that field. But still, there are challenges. There's always a gap between some user groups and our librarians or IT experts working in the library. However, I believe that there is good progress in that field, and the awareness of a broad set of qualifications within librarians, people who have a background in research and teaching, this is quite important. But on the other hand, having people with a strong technological background and bringing all this together refers very much on the current needs in teaching and learning. One aspect that I would like to mention as well, especially with the high potential of IT expertise in our institutions, it is crucial, in my opinion, to also bring in a critical and reflective mind and also atmosphere and strategy to allow for this radical change, because there are topics such as data privacy or data security, topics that are not explicitly mentioned in the Horizon report, but which could be of high relevance for our institutions as well.
Very interesting. Thank you. Thank you for that insight. Paul, what about you? What are your thoughts on this importance for teaching and learning?
Oh, I think that it's indisputable at this point that librarians and all members of library staff are part of the teaching, training, learning cycle that goes on. We can't even differentiate them by saying we're trainers or we're teachers. We're learning as much as we're teaching. We're all co-learners, as the phrase goes in one of the massive online open courses I'm exploring right now on the whole subject. So we need to recognize that, and I think we are getting better at recognizing it. You look at what the American Library Association does with its current mission statement. 10 years ago, we would have seen mission statements, including theirs, saying things along the lines of we're supporting reading and the joys of reading in our community. And now we're expanding that to acknowledge right out there that learning is part of our process and lifelong learning is going to be our métier. It always has been in many ways, but we're getting more vocal and explicit about it. Holly, you yourself pointed out a very interesting aspect of this when you talked about getting your instructional design degree and taking librarian courses, librarianship courses. I did the same thing a few years back when I got my MLIS through the wonderful program at the University of North Texas. I spent as much time looking at online learning techniques and documenting those as I did looking at other aspects of librarianship. I'm really glad I did. It served me well, and I think it serves the people that I work with very well.
You know, you brought up a really good point, and that is the difference of past to today. Would any of you like to comment on maybe even what it looked like as a librarian 5 years ago to today? Or, you know, we could go back even 10 years. Could any of you make a quick comparison for us on how the role has really changed?
I'm one of those weird people in libraries in the sense that when I first started working in them, I didn't come in with a librarian degree. I came in with a real love of libraries. I was hired in to run the library's volunteer program here in San Francisco. The job expanded. I became the training director as well as the library volunteer director, and ultimately moved out on my own so that I could work with larger organizations as well as small ones across the country, get involved with things like New Media Consortium, but always keeping my hands in with my colleagues in libraries. So I've been seeing the roles evolve. I remember discussions about, oh, we shouldn't move on to online resources, that there were a lot of people that really didn't want to see computers come into libraries back in the 90s when I first got involved. And now people would look at you as if you were crazy, and you would be crazy to suggest something like that. So we're responding to the changing needs of library users, library members, whatever we want to call them, and to the requirements of our own profession. As Dave said, there's an exhausting but fascinating and fabulous laundry list of things we do. And the more we embrace that without killing ourselves and find out what's most important and most consistent across all that we do, the better off we're going to be, and the people relying on us are going to be.
Absolutely right. I think, Dave, did you have a comment you wanted to add to this?
I was just thinking about sort of my comment at the start about 20 years ago, you know, when libraries were just print, and that was what we did. We managed our collections. We curated them and made them as accessible as we could. And just to think of that journey, just those few short years. I started in librarianship probably about 20 years ago as a shelver. I was just there for the summer, and never got out. But it's kind of been such a journey in terms of we're moving from that huge print collection to try and make our electronic collections accessible. And we talked about all the things about digital rights management and the restrictions based on authentication and all of that kind of thing. And we are in danger, I think, still thinking of our electronic collections like our print collections. And I don't think we've fully made that journey. We need lots more advocacy, as I think someone was mentioning in the previous session as well. And we need to rethink really how we package and provide our content. But of course, it's not just about content. It's not just about what you've got in a library. It's about what you do with that content. And that's where the librarians have always been adaptive, have always been inventive, have always been thought of novel ways of actually, encapsulating all of this change and churn. And I think, we were the first people to start using microfiche and microfilm and all that kind of stuff. And, we're not scared of new technologies. This one is a little more complex and it needs a little more thinking about, but that's the task ahead, and that's, we're in a good place to start doing that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, you all have said the role of the librarian has really evolved, and it is going in new and exciting places, and that's been evident in all the panels today. Franziska, did you have something you'd like to add?
Yes, actually, however, despite of the fact that I have only started to work in the library business about 5 years ago, I realized that the pace is probably faster than it used to be. However, we are still information specialists, and that is the continuing aspect in libraries, I believe. Information is more complex today as it was before in the digital context. In our library, for example, research data and research data management, as well as digital long-term preservation, play a crucial role, and this poses relevant challenges to institutions, and this is just one field of several other fields where there is a broader field of topics, a broader field of challenges, but there is continuing elements as well, in my view.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. And so this actually moves me into the next question, which I think just beautifully flows. What kind of organizational change do these initiatives require when we're thinking about teaching and learning, when we're thinking about the new roles of the librarian? What do we need to see organizationally? The challenges, the radical attitude changes. What are some of these? Who'd like to start? Dave, I think you're first on the docket.
Wow, that's a great question. I think in terms of faculty and librarians, again, there's a merge between roles there. We practice a kind of what we call an interstitial approach, where librarians will come into classrooms, for example, at critical junctures of the curriculum. So it might be at the start of a module or an award, and then at critical times around assessment times or around assignment times, or just to come in and demonstrate some searching techniques at critical times around certain subjects or disciplines that the students are studying. And that works quite well, and that's a joint teaching approach. It's a joint approach to how the course is delivered, how students engage with and see librarians as part of faculty as well. And that's a really fascinating thing. That's going into the classroom, into the places where they are, but also into the virtual places where they are. So we use Blackboard as our learning management system, and having a presence there to Being everywhere where faculty are is absolutely essential for us now. So that's one way, breaking down that kind of barrier of the building as place. But also on the other side is learning technology side as well, which I look after that side at the institution, and again they've got a vital role in doing this. And I think joining that sort of iron triangle together of faculty, learning technologies, and librarians, triangles are very strong, and that's a really great thing to actually build on. By breaking down those, thinking interdisciplinary, thinking cross-institutionally, and cross-discipline is the way that we need to go in this.
And what a shift that is from 15, 20 years ago, where we would all go to the library and gather the information. And it actually lends back to the earlier conversation about you guys going out and working with everyone. That's a great point. Paul, do we want to volley it over to you? What are your thoughts on organizational change?
Organizational change, I keep coming back to somebody I really admire, which is our David Lankies, who did the Atlas of New Librarianship, and he talks over and over again of the radical nature of what we do, but not just radical the way we traditionally think of it as that wild screaming group out there that we wish would go away. David, in a presentation earlier this year, had a jokey title. I think it was called The Faithful and the Radicals in Libraries, joked about how it was almost a title of a movie, and yet for him, the radical nature of what we do is radical in the foundational sense. We have our roots in certain things. We build upon that. It is also radical in that it shakes things up. And among the people being shaken up are librarians themselves, ourselves, those of us who work in the libraries. So if we're looking for a stable environment that is the same that we all grew up in and we want it to be that way, we're in the wrong profession. It hasn't been that way for a long, long time, and I don't think it's going to be that way. So the organizations have to support that. Of course, it comes back to what I think. What I work on so much, training, learning, education, the whole teaching thing, that's essential for us. We have to be learning and then turning around and working. And the exciting thing we see is we don't have to know it all. When we step into a makerspace, the learners with us, our co-learners, are teaching us as we're teaching them. We don't have to master every bit of technology. That's why we read our colleagues' blogs. That's why we come to NFC and attend these kind of sessions. We're consistently learning so we can better serve people. And if our organizations support that, I think we're going to do very well.
Hear, hear. I'm on board. What about you? What do you think?
Well, actually, what Paul just said about makerspaces is one aspect that I would like to talk about to allow for room to get in touch with different groups of people, be it students, be it researchers, and from different disciplines is one aspect that is very important in my view. However, you need, on the one hand, you need room and capacity to do so, and on the other hand, you need resources to also implement what you learned in all these different environments, and somehow integrate these insights into your own organization. Another example that might see it here are completely different structures or completely different organizational forms or events that librarians can also attend and get in touch with people who bring completely different and also innovative approaches which we can learn from. And referring to my own background and the current situation that I'm in, I can very clearly say that the opportunity to have, be it a department or be it a group of people, having room and capacity for creative intercourse with different people and also new forms of technology is key in my view, but it is challenging, as I said in the beginning.
You know, you actually brought up a great point, and this goes back to Samantha's comment at the end of the panel from last time. It was how she was very surprised and excited about the creative movement happening within the library space and the openness to try new things and to have a creative outlet. So I'm actually wondering, anybody on this panel have a makerspace within their library or know of a couple libraries that have incorporated some makerspaces in there? And if so, what do they look like? What do they have in them?
We don't have a makerspace. We have something called an iLab, which is essentially pointing at innovative new technologies and allowing people to get their hands on them. We beg, borrow, and steal things to populate this space with, and people can come in, use this technology, share their ideas about how it might be used, just get their hands on it. For example, we've been playing with Google Glass in these spaces, and just seeing what people do with those technologies, it gives us clues about how people learn. Ourselves, we're learning as well at the same time in playing around with those things. But I've seen the makerspaces pop up, and it's certainly on my list for something to do for the next development of our spaces. Absolutely. I'd love to hear more if anyone else knows.
That's interesting that you're kind of looking at how the users are utilizing these technologies so it can help inform what you're doing in the library. So I love that. Very interesting. Paul, what about you?
Oh God, I wish we had 4 or 5 hours to talk about maker spaces and learning spaces. I've not been in a library and actually worked in a maker space, but I've been following them a lot, trying to see what they're doing. And here in San Francisco, I believe we're about to see one in the main library. Mm-hmm. It's a seminal part of what we're discussing today. The spaces define and redefine the work we're doing, and we have to, and we enjoy those opportunities to see what the new space does in terms of how we learn, how we share information, how we work with others. Tom Haynes did a wonderful thing at the New Media Consortium Summer Conference where he talked about idea spaces and what that meant to the learning process and to libraries in general and to the school that he works at. Everybody that was there, we had these wonderful conversations about what are we becoming. And I go back to Dave Lankas, who says, he probably says this more eloquently than I do, but if libraries aren't makerspaces, they're not doing it right. And that doesn't mean you just put technology in. People come in, they use the collections, they create. It's wonderful. It really is affecting how we do things.
Yeah, yes. I love that. I love it, Paul. What about you, Franziska? I know you started the conversation of makerspaces. Are you seeing makerspaces where you're at more frequently?
Well, not that frequently, and actually we do not have a makerspace at our institution. However, I know libraries in Germany and in Europe who do have at least temporary makerspaces. And in my view, it's one way of going out and making the library visible, get in touch with people, and maybe that leads me to a general remark. In a broader context, in my view, the topic about rethinking roles and relationships of librarians in many cases relates to a tension between being invisible as a library on the one hand, which means providing services that are quite seamless and that everyone can use even without noticing that it's provided by the library. But on the other hand, finding positions and places where you want to become visible, even in situations where people would not expect a library to be active in. And this is quite a fruitful field that we can work in and that we can experiment in my view.
That's fascinating. When you were talking about how you guys have temporary makerspaces, it made me almost think about collections coming in and out of your museum, like a rotating collection. So kind of like a rotating museum coming into the library space. I love that. It's very interesting. We have a question that came from the audience from Kimberly. She had asked about some of your favorite blogs or resources that you use to stay current. If you could just mention a few, any of you, and then we can certainly type them into the chat so they've got those resources. Paul, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. There are so many. Again, it's just you have to go out and you decide which voices are speaking to you most clearly now, and you don't always follow the same ones. But I pretty consistently follow Sarah Houghton's Librarian in Black. blog. It's gone from being a tech blog to being something where she talks about management issues at a very open and honest level. I love that. It's a great use of social media. I love the Unquiet Librarian, Buffy Hamilton. She's somebody that I've worked with before, and I just love what she's doing with virtual spaces as well as real spaces in high school settings. I look at a lot of people outside of libraries, and that's something that my favorite library colleagues recommend. And we don't just read each other, we see what's coming from other places. Of course, self-plug, I love being part of the New Media Consortium blog. I think there are amazing things happening there. I'm so glad that I get to be part of that. So the basic overriding thing here is keep looking for those voices that complement what you do, as well as disagree with what you do, so that you open yourself up to what's happening out in the field. That's how I keep fresh.
Good insight, Paul. Thank you. What about you, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Look outside the world. If you always look for library solutions, you'll always get library solutions. You know what I mean? You need to sort of look beyond, see what's emerging, what people are doing that's exciting. The Gartner stuff is interesting. What's happening in industry as well, but also what's happening out there on the edges. The sort of different approaches. I'm a big psychogeographer. I do lots in psychogeography. I'm writing at the moment about the psychogeography of libraries, how libraries impact upon the emotions and behavior of people when they use our spaces, both virtual and bricks. But so I read lots of cultural blogs as well, and there's lots of fascinating stuff out there in the art world. How the arts world has embraced technology and doing amazing things with it. Everything from video casting to sort of incredible electronic installations, which again can fit into libraries as well, museums too. And the NMC report on museums is really fascinating and provides a way. But really, I get most of my information from the NMC.
Oh, I love this panel. Plug in the NMC. What about you, Francisca? What are some of your go-to resources you might want to share?
Well, actually, I have trouble recommending blogs in English, since most of the blogs I just realized that I frequently read are in German, but maybe I can provide some general recommendation. I believe, as the others said as well, that outside the library sphere there are lots of interesting information resources such as blogs. For example, in the broader field of innovation management of startups and their organizations. I also believe that the sphere of museums and archives is quite interesting, and for our context, there are lots of blogs relating to electronic publishing and academic publishing, which is important for us as libraries as well. And last but not least, I would like to mention that at least in Europe, referring to blogs that I'm aware of, lots of libraries just recently or a bit longer ago started to publish their own blogs with quite innovative formats and innovative contents. We ourselves have a blog called ETH Innovation Blog, and what we refer to is not only our own library but also broader topics and technologies that are interesting for the field of libraries.
Wonderful. And I want to thank all of you. What was exciting to me is to hear all of your resources don't strictly focus within the library realm. They really do expand beyond. And I think that just goes to show the creative librarians out there that you guys are really looking in all places to gain insight to help inform what you do. And everybody benefits from that. So I want to actually take this conversation to the next question. And it's really about the new skills required for the library of the future. What are they? Who wants to kick that off? Dave, do you want to start us off? Because I think you might really enjoy that.
I make a lot of lists. I did make a list before we started, so I'll read some of these out. I don't know if they make any sense, actually, but bear with me, see what you think. Cross-cultural skills, I figure, are going to be really important. You know, we need to be able to, and I mean culturally around technologies, we need to be able to have digital fluency in using technology appropriately. It's not just the technology, it's about the ethos and the use in terms of speaking to humans and talking to other human people about what we're doing. A great idea of sense making, you know, making sense of very complex flows of information and data that come in, and helping people to make sense, but also the skills that we need in making sense of all of this churn, this massive sort of challenge that we face. To be adaptive, to be, you know, agile, not fazed by this stuff, but, you know, dive into this stuff, being able to experiment, being able to have the time and the will to actually have fun out there as well. What else is it? Design. We need to be designers too, as well as coders. Setting a lot of challenges out for librarians, but we also need to be designers, and we need to have a design mindset, you know, in terms of graphic design and how we build our web interfaces, but also in terms of how we understand the geography of our learning spaces and learning spaces beyond, because our libraries now are classrooms, teaching rooms, gardens, foyers of buildings. You know, they can be anywhere, and the library is omnipresent in that sense. And we need to really think about that and about how we can design those spaces or contribute to that design. And I guess another one would be new media literacy. You know, that we need to have that and grasp that too.
Absolutely. Great list, Dave. I'm not sure I could ever get hired, but it's a good list. Francisco, what about you?
Well, the list was quite long, and what I like was your term digital fluency, Dave. That's that's very well said, as I believe. One aspect that, if I'm not mistaken, has not been mentioned by Dave yet, is the whole marketing area. That's something which is also quite important in my view, since we have quite elaborate services and lots of sets of services. The marketing aspect is of key importance in my view, at least. We need to communicate our services. Marketing them to also get in touch with the users and make them aware of it. Another field that I would like to add, and it's really an addition because I completely agree what Dave said before, is the ability to allow for a way of, or a form of, dynamic management forms which correspond to the radical change that we need to approach. And last but not least, this is not a new skill which is needed, but which is becoming ever more important in my view, is to be well integrated in the university structure as such, and make the management of universities aware of what libraries do, what they provide, inform about the expertise in these fields. Yeah, that's something I would like to state as well.
Fantastic, thank you. I thought you brought some great ideas up. And then what about you, Paul? I know we're getting close on time, but I definitely want to hear what you have to say.
Well, this is an amazing thing. I was making my own handwritten list here with my fountain pen and was amazed to find that I had exactly the same thing Dave said and much of what Francisco said, so I can really keep this brief. Joking aside on this, we have so much that we need to know and so much that we need to learn. There is that whole thing of digital literacy, defining it as well as figuring out how to implement it. But I think it comes back to, regardless of what tools we use and what resources we have, our strongest strength is our ability to collaborate. If we collaborate with others, it makes our own learning curve that much easier. If we collaborate with others, it makes our ability to serve others so much stronger. That's why I appreciate what we're doing with this kind of virtual symposium and what we do face-to-face when we gather. We learn from each other. That is one of the best skills that we can develop and pass on to others.
You know, the only thing that I would maybe add is celebrating failure.
I'm ready.
Only because I think that that's a really important part of the learning process, is learning how to fail and getting back up, and, you know, it's part of the experimentation process, and I know a lot of you mentioned that.
Yes.
So unfortunately, we have reached the end of our time, and I feel like we've barely scratched the surface, but I do want to see if there's any closing remarks from any of you before we do an outro to this entire event. Would anybody like to give their comments? Dave, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Just, I guess in summary, just to keep capturing, keep developing, keep deploying, and sustain this change. You know, keep it going, and librarians will do that, I know. And let's collaborate, as Paul said. What a great way of ending that. So I can't beat that one, actually. So that's me signing off.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dave. What about you, Franziska?
Well, my final remark would be that being open on the one hand is key, and events such as this one or the continuance of the Horizon report are just important platforms, in my view, to be open and discuss openness, but listening and also they're looking deeply into structures that we are facing is the other side of the coin, in my view.
Excellent. Thank you. And last but certainly not least, we got Paul.
I will try not to be least. I think that if we walk away with any word, it's the word that's right in the title here, rethinking. Rethinking is one of the best interactions, one of the best activities we can engage in. It's essential in the kind of world we live in. We never stop learning, but learning doesn't have to be an awful thing. It should be as pleasurable, as rewarding, as stimulating, and as exciting to all of us as we found from our best instructors. So I hope that's what we keep doing, rethinking and learning from the best people around us.
Thank you, Paul. And I want to thank this entire panel. You really were just so fantastic and spot on, and really thinking about what the new roles are for librarians and staff. And I think that you hit on some excellent points today that I'm hoping we can continue the conversation in the future. And I know that the Horizon Report is really supporting a lot of the words and the work that you are doing. So I'd like to take a few minutes to close out our event today. And wow, what an event it was. I've just been blown away at the conversations that have been happening today in our panel discussions. I did take down many notes, so to summarize in just a few, disconnect the possibilities to what is actually, there's a big disconnect of what's actually happening to what the possibilities are, and that's something that everybody is trying to work on. And thinking about ways to engage students and the faculty in creative ways is something you also are thinking about. And then also that maker idea, a creativity and space and room for experimentation. A lot of you are pushing for that, and you are open to that, which is an exciting thing. One of the things that I think was really telling to us is that the Horizon Report for the Library Edition in 2014 had over 1 million downloads in 8 days. And that told us at the NMC that there is a critical need for more information in this space, and you guys are ready for it. So it was a natural fit to have this symposium for all of you fine people involved within the library space. And we're just really excited that you took the time today to join us for this professional development. So on behalf of the New Media Consortium and the Learning Revolution, I really want to thank our moderators and panelists today. Participants, if you want more information on anything you saw or heard, you can contact me directly at holly@nmc.org. And if you want to get involved in our community, you can visit our website at nmc.org. Like us on Facebook and friend us on Twitter. I know some of you are not NMC members, and we'd love for you to think about joining the community to keep this conversation going in many capacities. This archive will also be available soon. I know some of you expressed interest in wanting to view this afterwards. The chat will be archived, as well as all of the panels, so you'll have access to that. And then the badges and certificates will be sent to you in the next few weeks, so be sure to be on the lookout for that. And also, if you like the structure of how our event went today, this is how we do our On the Horizon virtual series every month. Our next series topic is focused on competition from new models of learning, which is certainly really relevant to what we were talking about today, and that is on December 3rd at 10 a.m. Central, and it's the same way. It's a panel discussion, and we bring in people from all different sectors of the NMC, and of course, librarians are one of them. And then also, if you're around DC next June, you can join us at our face-to-face. We'd love to actually see you face-to-face and continue the conversation. In Washington, DC, at our summer conference, June 9th through 11th. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and say it is an exciting time to be in the library space, and I heard that today. And we look forward to engaging in further discussion with you later on. So everybody have a terrific day, evening, and we hope to see you again soon in the NMC community. Thank you.